What's up, everyone? Here we are again, Legacy time. And where we left off last time, we brewed up this sweet Stoneblade deck featuring Palace Jailer. This card is real nice. If you want to see how we got to this list, what came up here, watch the VOD from last week. It should be up on YouTube as well. All of that's available on my Twitch info area underneath the stream. But basically, we're a blue-white blade deck. We have Palace Jailer as one of our draw engines. Instead of a third Jace, we have one Palace Jailer. And we have this super tight counterspell package over here. 5 1-mana counterspells, 3 Snapcasters. And I went with this heavy set of 1-mana disruption to forego the Delver plan that a lot of blue-white decks have been doing. So here's the deck. If you have questions, ask them. If you want to see the deck building process, check out the saved video. I'm just going to start playing some Magic. We joined a league in progress. We 5-0'd the first league we played with this deck, and then we're 2-1 in the one that we're in right now. Chasing those sweet legacy points. We're already queued for the format championship this weekend, and I'm pretty stoked for it. I'm probably going to play some blue-white deck. Maybe this one. We'll see, but I'm excited about it. 8 people are going to be one step closer to the Pro Tour from just playing Legacy. This is the first run of this is the first quarterly set of tournaments for the quarterly Eternal Format Championships. Brad Nelson tweeted today, "What's a format point? How many of them do I need? And how do I get them?" I don't know what Brad Nelson's schedule is like, but I'd be impressed if even Brad Nelson can get 35 points in 4 days. I guess it's 3 days at this point, 3.5 days. I believe the modern quarterly championship is on Saturday, and then Legacy is Sunday. I can check my calendar. Yeah, the modern playoff is this Saturday, and the Legacy playoff is Sunday. I'm also pretty sure I accidentally, or incidentally, depending on how you look at it, qualified for the regular mocks too, because of grinding. Alright, we have a match. I'll figure out how the mocks works later. I'm just here for Legacy, but I'll play in the championship too. Alright, my match started. Oh, it's in this bottom window. This hand is not very good. It has Force of Will and nothing else. We're playing against Lee J. He's going to be doing something weird. This is like a known weirdo. I'm not excited about this hand. This hand's pretty good. Now it's even better. And if he's a combo deck, we're pretty much Brick City. Mox Diamond. Is this just actual lands? It could be 4-color loam. Uh-oh, 2 forests. Alright, some sort of green stompy deck featuring 2 forests. It sucks we were on the draw because Spell Snare is great. Alright, he seems to be all in on this plan here. Stoneforge Mystic is really good at ignoring Chalice of the Void, if you didn't know that. I'm going to get Batterskull because if he has Abrupt Decay, I want to make him use it on the Stoneforge, not on the Jitte. I get to jam True Name next turn too, so life is okay. He drew a land though, like that. God, green-white Mox Diamond Stompy. What is happening? Night of the Reliquary is happening. Okay. And by okay, I mean shit. So he's going to get to activate Night at least once, which I'm not super stoked about. But if I draw a land, Jace can bounce this thing. And Jace tends to be really good against non-blue, prison-y type decks. Courser, Rutrow, Sylvan Library. Oh no. Had the land the whole time. All right, not attacking. Busy shuffling. How about Jace? Oh no! So close. Right, I still get to bash though. This Courser is super obnoxious. It's like now activating Knight. Like fetch lands don't deal damage. Activating Knight gains a life. Which all fuels this Sylvan library that they just put into their hand. Frightening stuff. Oh, shuffled away a Knight because we already have a backup. Don't worry about it. I was about to say, if we draw land, we can still bounce Knight and just crunch with Batterskull and True Name Nemesis, but that's not even true. I think if we're on the play, we win this game easily. If we could have spell snared this. Main deck Engineered Plague. Okie dokie, artichoke. It's probably going to name Merfolk or Rogue with that, and then we lose. Unless I can shuffle his deck somehow. And no, we're dead. Okay. Green-white Stompy is what we're up against here. Supreme Verdict seems good. Any way to clear out a Chalice is good. Disenchant seems great. Back to Basics seems horrendous. Gideon seems solid. Celestial Purge. We saw Engineered Plague, but I don't know how many black cards there are actually going to be in this deck. Probably not many. Alright, cards that are worse include... Spell Pierce doesn't seem like it's going to be great, but I'm not going to shave them all because I do want to answer these Chalices, like turn 1 Chalice. Even piercing a turn 1 Mox Diamond, I would crack that right off. Back to Basics doesn't look like it would be great, though maybe my opponent just was able to play that last game on all Basics, but I'm not gonna bring this in against someone who can function under it. Jailer looks like it would be really good in this matchup. True Name, this is what we sign up for with a True Name. Oh, this is tough now. Maybe Spell Pierce just has to go, because it's the worst card even though I want it. We gotta get rid of 2 more cards here. It's so weird when you just want every card because every card's good. Like green-white is just so medium that my medium blue-white deck, all the cards seem to line up pretty well. I have to assume they're bringing in Choke. So maybe that's a reason to keep Spell Pierces in. But I have the Disenchants and the Forces. I don't know. It's tough. And Plow is really important too. Everything's important. Maybe I can cut a Wasteland against the deck that didn't show me any targets for it. And down 1 Force of Will in the fair matchup. Maybe I don't need Gideon. Yeah, True Name, Jace, Jailer. I don't think we need Gideon to win this game. Alright, off we go. I can keep this. Got the Trump. Supreme Verdict can clear out any number of large Knights of the Reliquary. Alright, this all looks pretty great. Like, even if they do have turn 1 Chalice, I can wipe the Mox Diamond and the Chalice next turn with the explosives I'm about to draw. I'm kind of hoping they do play Engineered Explosives and Chalice on 1. Alright. They were wise to my plan. Smartly played around it. How sick would that have been, though? It's the old 2-for-1 / Stone Rain. 3-for-1 because they have to discard a land for Mox Diamond. Ooh, Ancient Technology. Target creature gains protection from artifacts. That makes my equipments fall off, if you've never seen this before. Let's find a Spell Snare. Alright, didn't find a Spell Snare. I'm going to put back a Scalding Tarn. And a Plains, I guess. Alright, that resolves. Well, you can't target it with Tower of the Magistrate if you can't target it. So, here comes True Name Nemesis. Some kind of time wizard, thanks for the follow. That's like the most powerful kind of wizard. If you control time, nothing else even matters. Kind of sucks I shuffled that 4th land away now that I really want to cast Jace. Oh, right on time with that. Well, fuck. That worked out perfectly for my opponent. Good news, though. I can't cast Jace anyway. Now I need to find lands and disenchants, or just kill them with this True Name before anything bad happens to me. They didn't take the full crunch from that last Sylvan Library. Drawing Force of Will would be pretty great. Justice Peanut, thanks for the follow. Good to have you with us. We're in the process of getting Lejade. Lejade is a known legacy weirdo. Well, shit, now we're dead. Alright, that's another Plains. I have one other basic Plains in the deck. I kind of want to plow this Dryad Arbor, but I should let them play a real creature before I do that. And I only have 2 colors of mana, so I can't get explosives up to 3. Not a thing the deck's capable of. Spyglass, huh? Well, now explosives is turned off. Bummer. Disenchant's still my best draw. If I can clear this choke, we can start taking over with Jace. Justice Peanut, this is not 4-color loam. This is a Lee J deck. It seems like it's like green-white stompy. I haven't even seen a loam yet. It may or may not actually be in the deck, but it's like some sort of green-white prison deck. We saw Knight of the Reliquary and Courser of Kruphix game 1. Alright, there's the Knight. I will plow it immediately. That gives them another draw off Sylvan Library. He is indeed a mad lad. The maddest of lads. Even has this sweet Tower of the Magistrate to shut down any Stoneforge shenanigans. Foils of this card were very expensive in 2010 because of the prevalence of Stoneblade decks. Like the city, weakest at its foundation. I haven't seen a Rashadan port yet, so I hope this island is pretty safe. But, here comes a 4-mana card. Zenith for 3. This could be a Leovold, could be another Knight. Courser of Kruphix. Well, I'll plow that too. Plow everything. Let God sort them out. Alright, now I have a Force of Will, so I can survive the next hammer. But I really need a disenchant to get out from under this choke. Maya Clops, thanks for the follow. Maya Cyclops. Skipped a syllable there. Is that a question? Am I a Cyclops? I Cyclops, therefore I Cyclops. Lingering Souls. Well, I'm not going to Force Will that. We're getting utterly dismantled by this goofball deck. Alright, that one I can counter. Come on, Disenchant. I need you. Don't need you. Running out of time for Disenchant to be relevant. They're going to attack for 3 now and then 5 on subsequent turns. Yeah, this is a Sylvan Pile. I don't know what year it is. I thought it was 2019 this morning, but it appears to be 2010 right now. I'm certainly getting utterly ramburgled by this Sylvan Library. Oh, another Souls was found. So I'm taking 3 and then up to 7 if they choose to flag. I guess I only take 2 if they flashback. Let's see what he wants to do here. All right, so I'm at 12, 5 power in play. He knows about the Supreme Verdict in hand, which is why he's leaving those in the graveyard. Disenchant. All right. I take 5, then I take 5. So if they flashback a Souls, then I'm dead on board for next turn. Though if I draw a blue source, I can still Supreme Verdict. I guess any source. I do have 1 Wasteland in my deck that produces colorless mana without being an island. Engineered Plague. Please name Spirit. Please name Spirit. Please name Spirit. I don't think he's gonna... the EE is on lock. They named a rogue. This is a rogue. Yeah, I would love to crack this Engineered Explosives, but it's just not allowed right now. The pirates have collected their booty. Hey, speak of the devil. Alright, so that costs me an island forever, but I don't die immediately. Makes Disenchant a live draw again. Yeah, live to squirm another turn. Additional squirming required. Oh no, the Courser, and they've been setting up their top of their deck with Sylvan Libraries. I'm pretty sure this matchup is like not as bad as it just looked these 2 games, but their draws certainly lined up well. And we're dead, because I would need to draw Disenchant next turn, and then Disenchant the choke, then untap again, and I'd be at 1, unless they flashback the Souls again, then I'm just dead. Alright, I've seen enough. That was very strange. Valuable testing. Yep. Miles away from a relevant card there. Was the spyglass under my chat box not visible to the people? Also, what's up, Dan? Appropriate, you would tune in just in time to see me die into a Mox Diamond deck. So funny story about Dan Naley. Last Star City event I was at in Ohio, I was playing in the Legacy Classic, and in like round 2, I just happened to walk by Dan Neely facing off against Matthew Vuk in the four-color loam mirror. They're probably the two best four-color loam pilots that I'm aware of, and they were just casually the round two unsolicited feature match. I am not playing in Cincy. I'm playing the online Legacy Quarterly this Sunday. So that was a bigger priority than Cincy for me. I'll be in Cleveland for Modern in 2 weeks, though. And then, of course, I'll be in GP Niagara after that. Or is Cleveland 3 weeks? Whenever Cleveland is, I'll be in Cleveland. All right. Time to salvage that get your money back guarantee. This hand has lands and brainstorms, so this is what we do. That was so weird. Like, I wonder if that matchup's actually horrendous. Like, I think we win game one easily if we're on the play. All right, so Verdant Catacombs. Verdant Catacombs is more likely to be afraid of a Batterskull than a Jitte. Of course, it's possible they're not afraid of either. Oh, well, Jitte's already in my hand, so I don't have to choose. I'll just grab the Batterskull. Unfortunately, when you already have Jitte, Lejay, yeah, he definitely did have Engineered Plagues in the main. Oh my god, this is Food Chain. This card is draw 4, if you've never seen it before. He's going to exile 3 Mist Hologriffins. Oh, 2 and a Scourge, right. The technology has changed a little bit. So he just drew 3 creatures into exile and the 1 card because this is a cantrip. Though it is pretty bold playing Food Chain on Magic Online. You need a lot of clicks to get through this. All right, found a land. I was worried for a second. All right, Swords to Plowshares is basically a stone brick in this matchup. And I probably am going to want these true names. Jitte's so good too. I'm not shuffling away a Brainstorm. Have you ever just wanted every single card? I guess I should get rid of one of the true names. That's the next worst thing that's happening here. The Force of Will is nice. I get to fight over a Food Chain. Yeah, Manipulate Fate. That only goes in one deck. God, Spellseeker? I'm so scared. I don't know what's happening right now. They already Manipulate Fated, so what's their second best 2-mana instant or sorcery? They could just get like a Brainstorm or Ponder or like a Flusterstorm if they have one in the main to make sure their Food Chain comes through. Astrophy. All right. That's a reasonable spell. It certainly deals with Batterskull. I think I can fetch Tundra safely against this deck, though. Like they don't generally have land destruction. So now I get to decide if I want to... I could leave up 3 mana to bounce Batterskull in response to the trophy, or I could just shove this true name and keep the beats going. I'm going to do that. Like, I need to keep them under the gun. It doesn't matter what I'm attacking with, and my life points are irrelevant. If they go off, I lose. Brainstorm, alright. So the way this deck works, if you haven't seen it, is they cast Food Chain, which I will MTG bot into the chat for you now. Food Chain, you exile a creature you control, and you add X plus 1 mana of any color to your mana pool, where X was that creature's converted mana cost. So, you play an Eternal Scourge for 3, then you exile it for 4, and you can cast this card from exile. So you just cast it again. Alright, it's go time. If this Food Chain resolves, I lose on the spot. Okay, good. We fought through one. It's got to find another Force of Will for the next one. So they just make 1 more mana every time, and they can cast from exile. So they just get infinite mana, then they Walking Ballista you. Alright, so connecting with Jite. Alright, so if I connect with Jite, I can kill the Spellseeker, and then even if they do land a food chain, I still get another turn because they won't be able to jumpstart their chain. Alright, it's worth more. I get one more damage off. Alright. No, I'm being crazy right now. I should have brainstormed before I made my land drop. Alright. I was gonna say I could just wait on this, but playing my land drop, I already committed. Like my plan is to clear the Spellseeker, and this leaves them dead on board. Yeah, if they had a force, they would have fought over food chain. I'm just thinking, what if they have two food chains? All right, so they are dead on board. Yeah, so they have Assassin's Trophy and 6 mystery cards in hand. Food chain is not lethal unless they can chain some creatures together with it. All right, here we go. Uh-oh. If they play Baleful Strix, I am dead. Like, they can activate... Alright, so off we go. Alright, I should just F6 here. Yeah, they needed to have land 2-drop to go with their food chain. They needed food chain, land, 2-drop. And they had it all. I could have... Okay, my opponent informed me I have Ballista in my hand. Yeah, when you cast it, you win. Like, I'm not going to concede to an unknown thing. Like, if this was like a Bomberman loop, I would concede, but like, I'm not just going to believe them that Ballista's in their hand. So, yeah, I guess I needed to be digging there. I mean, obviously hindsight's 2020, but if I find a Spell Pierce or Force of Will, and I have Brainstorm, Snap Brainstorm to try to find it. Ugh. I really like Food Chain, and I would be playing it more online if this was not a thing where you just like click, 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 click. I told my opponent if they put the Ballista on the stack, I'll scoop. They don't actually have to make infinite mana, but they do need to show it to me. Alright. I don't actually want to sit through all of this, even though it's a viable strategy to see if they can combo out twice in 50 minutes or 25 minutes. Alright, so Vendilion Click's pretty good. Disenchant is great. Containment Priest does not stop this deck because they are casting the cards. They're just being cast from exile. So it doesn't stop them from coming into play as long as they're cast. Celestial Purge doesn't do much. Gideon's a stone brick. Alright, Stoneforge is pretty good. Plow's alright. Spell Snare would have won me that game last game if I could have clipped the Strix. Alright, True Name's a little slow. Snapcaster's great. Wasteland can randomly get him. Alright, I think I might need Surgicals. Like, deal with the first food chain and then clean out the rest. And I'm gonna shave on plows. Like it sucks because they like some of them. Damn it! I thought how funny that would be, but also like the douchiest. um, it is certainly an angle to be shot. Like, haha, get him to cast the ballista, then we win. But I don't think, for what it's worth, if I didn't scoop, not only would I be the biggest scumbag, and everyone would know it, but also I still wouldn't win that game. You could just like cast the two griffins and the 3/3, and then have like a ballista on two or whatever to go with them, and I can't beat that either. All right, I can't explode for 3, so I can't preemptively deal with the food chain. What's tricky about this deck is that they can play a totally reasonable bug control game. I need to figure this out a lot quicker than I am. All right, I'm going to shave spell snares. I'm talking instead of focusing. So like you can't board into a full combo, like anti-combo package, because then they could just cast like Baleful Strixes and Leovolds and you lose. And Manipulate Fate still puts 9 power into their available for them. I do it, wait 3 seconds, just pass priority a few times, and then concede. All right, I have a Spell Pierce, the mightiest card, also V-Click. I got a couple points of disruption here. Baleful Strix shuts my life down here. Birds of Paradise, all right. I played against Food Chain. No, I played against Doloran in real life recently, and my opponent went Tropical Island Birds of Paradise, and I went Tundra Swords of Plowshares, and it was like we were living in 1993. It was awesome. All right, there's that Strix. All right, a card that wasn't an alpha has come into play. Uh-oh, is this a discard spell? I don't like those. It's a nothing. I'll take a nothing. All right, so I have the V-Click and the Force and the Spell Pierce. I'm going to end step this V-Click because if they jam Food Chain, I can counter it. And then I'll fight over what they do next turn when I have a V-Click in play. Strix is such a good Magic card. Gonna have to GT that out of play eventually. Oh no, more. Alright, my Vendilion Click is not getting its beat on this game. Yep, get in there. Alright, they're gonna miss a land drop, then I'm gonna draw Wasteland. Oh, baby. They have so many fake land drops here. Alright, I'm getting Tundra because I have this double blue and this double white card in my hand. And they can't play Choke or Back to Basics. Look at this mana base. Traverse the Ulvenwald. Jesus. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Now they're just a bug control deck, and I have all these counter spells in my hand against cards that don't care. What? Alright, I'm going to get rid of Hymn to Turok. That's the scariest card in this hand. Counterspell. I like that card. Gotta ponder though. Sweet. Oh man, I hope he's on Hydroid Crisis too. That's awesome. I'm not even upset about that. Alright, so we know they have this Abrupt Decay. That kind of sucks. I mean, like, I can't not cast my spells here, right? Maybe I get Brainstorm and just set up a Brainstorm plus Shuffle for next turn. Traverse, Decay, Island, Griffin. This kind of sucks. I really wanted to hit a land drop. That would have been a long time ago, damn it. I won my first pro point playing Doug McKay Food Chain deck at a Grand Prix. Yep, he would evoke Aether Snipe. And Aether Snipe wasn't even the spicy card in the deck. Muldrifter was. Muldrifter was just a Black Lotus that draws 2 cards. Like when you have Food Chain in play. Alright. What does any of this even do? Alright. I am not going to shuffle my library. I'm going to get this Stoneforge online, and I'm going to force them to use their Abrupt Decay. I'm going to get Batterskull because you can't decay a Batterskull. You have to decay the Stoneforge, so they can't just wait a turn. Yeah, Jupiter Legacy, that was the golden age. For those who don't know, Ely Cassis, current Platinum Pro, good for him, by the way, he used to own a game store in upstate New York, and they ran like monthly 40 duels tournaments. That was back when 40 duels was like a 1K instead of a 5K. But gave away a lot of dual lands, a lot of fetch lands, and there was a strong core of legacy grinders that were there every single month. Grand Prix Providence, the one in 2011 that James Rinkowitz won, Jupiter regulars took home over 50% of the total prize pool at that Grand Prix. Isn't that insane? Yeah, Tammet won his first piece of power at a Jupiter event. So this is going to make like 2 to 4 mana for them every turn for the rest of the game. Oh no, Manipulate Fate. So they have 1 unknown card in hand. I don't think I can beat a Manipulate Fate. Just being honest here. Like, that's draw 4 cards when this game is already tight. Oh no. Alright, I can answer that though. They think they got me, but they didn't got me. Alright, so their hand is Mist Hollow Griffin and Traverse the Ulvenwald. Traverse is active though. I believe they are delirious. Yeah, instant creature, artifact, land. They are in fact delirious. But this I cannot abide by. This library's got to go. Alright, so Snapcaster is set up. Traverse can get Spellseeker, and they can just really ham it up over there. Their Battlecruiser is operational. Yeah, the Tarmogoyf Merfolk deck was serious. I remember getting blown out by blue-black Merfolk. Like, I got sick of losing to Merfolk with my blue decks. So, Mormagil was right. Nice. I'm so excited. I don't think we can possibly win this game, but I'm very excited that Hydroid Crisis is involved. Oh, and here it comes. That's grody. Yeah, this matchup is an absolute nightmare for blue-white decks. And I really like its positioning because of that, but you just can't play it on Magic Online. This guy can, apparently. Alright, Ponder. Find me a Swords to Plowshares, just so I can lose the Food Chain. Alright, we did it. Not gonna need this land. Yeah, I know Carl started Syracuse 7-0 with this deck. Did I just target my Snapcaster Mage? Wow. Whoops. I was busy talking about stuff and just clicked the wrong creature. Not that it matters. Alright. That was horrendous. Alright. Let's get in. Let's play against some real decks. I know Food Chain's a bad matchup, but there's not a whole lot that can be done about it. You have to like fade their combo while beating the bug control deck. And combo and bug control are both already bad matchups individually when you can dedicate a whole plan to one of them. But I don't think I'm going to play against green-white Stompy in Niagara. Oz, what did you build? Oz built their first vintage deck. Awesome. That format is super great. Shops. Oh no. It's a good choice. I just don't like it. But awesome. Good job. Hey, Bear Brew. Are you playing online or in paper? Is this like a huge investment or just a fun investment? Online. Okay, sweet. You're going to get a lot more mileage out of your online cards anyway. There's not a lot of vintage in real life. Yeah, very few people can. Is there any way to get a playset of Force Will online for less than $100? Probably not if that's what the card costs. Let's see. The promo version is $25.79, so that's like $1.03 or like $1.03 and change, or $103 and change. Yeah. So if $100 is your budget, you're basically there. But if you're trying to get under that, yeah, like there's rental services like Card Hoarder, is that what they're called? Oh yeah. If you want to play a lot of decks and you're on a tight budget, Mana Traders and Card Hoarder both loan cards. Like you pay a monthly fee and then you just like ship them a deck list when you want to play the deck, and then they trade it to you. Then you give it back when you're done. That's probably a better option. All right, I'm playing against someone who is 0-2. All right, Island Ponder is the nut draw. You've heard me say it before. I rarely mulligan a hand that has basic Island Ponder in it. So this hand needs lands, obviously. I have one piece of disruption, but it only disrupts certain things. But I have a ton of cantrips and my best threat. So we'll see where this goes. I would actually be pretty excited if this Ponder is just 3 lands. I'll take them. Oh god, they're on 5. They put a card on the bottom. Alright, so now I want a Force of Will and 2 lands off this Ponder. That's my happy place. Alright, so they mulligan to 5. So now I'm going to think about this for a second. Alright, so what decks mull to 5? Like, Dredge. Like, it could just be Unlucky, or they could be some sort of Stompy deck. Alright, I'm just going to Ponder. I was thinking about just leaving up. Alright, here we go. Hope I'm not dead. So I was thinking about just leaving up Spell Snare in case they're like a Stompy deck that just mulled to Chalice. But if they're anything other than that... Okay, alright. I couldn't have countered an Aether Vial anyway. And they are Goblins. Goblins is a deck that's pretty good at surviving on 5. Yep, Gobos. Alright, Stoneforge Mystic. Let's get Umezawa's Jitte and just shut this down before they get off the ground. Though if their hand could be just insane. There's a lot of 4 cards that goblins could have in hand with an Aether Vial that are super scary. Is this them, or is this just a different person? Alright, drew the land. Life is good. Yeah, Goblins is good again. When they Goblins used to be tier 1 in Legacy. Like, even back in like the most broken days of Legacy, the original Legacy GP Columbus was the finals was Goblins versus Flash. So like this deck has a lot of power. So I'm going to Brainstorm before I fetch, but it's kind of dangerous because they can kill Stoneforge in response to the fetch, then I can't put Jitte in. Alright, but they have Cavern out, so I'm going to get rid of these 2 counterspells. Plus counterspells don't really do much against goblins. Yeah, Crater Maker is really nice. Like, they could just make a crater out of my Jitte here. And it'll cost them a card, though, to do that. Alright, I'm not going to not do it. Like, I can't play around it. But yeah, banning Deathrite Shaman was huge for goblins. Alright, so... Ooh, Palace Jailer, what a card. But Force of Will is a huge brick. I wanted a white source so I could get rid of this vial. But since I don't have one, I'm just going to hope they don't have Crater Maker and go for it. Yeah, Trashmaster is really good. Alright, they had the Crater Maker. Yeah, I really wanted a white source so I could vote Vial off the island, and then they're just screwed. But now they are not screwed anymore. Palace Jailer is such a good card. It's kind of scary against goblins, though. They have a lot of haste creatures and ways to deny you the monarchy once you have it. They can take it back. But then my Jitte would have 2 counters, Scavenging Booze. That's what he was trying to avoid. Like, I would get to kill his next 2 X1s, and his deck is full of X1s. Come on, land drops. Show me the lands. Okay, we found some lands. Spell Piercing, Counterspell are officially canceled. Oh yeah, I guess block, and then in response to putting the counters on it, they could kill it. Yeah, okay. They definitely missed a little edge there. Alright, I have to fetch Tundra here, unfortunately, because of the way my mana is. But I am getting rid of this Aether Vial right now. And it's not free for them to wasteland me here, because they're counting on these vials to be their mana. Uh-oh. We're an Instigator. Let's hope they don't have a 1-drop Goblin. Alright, if I untap with my Swords of Plowshares, we're good again. But if I don't, man, if this Instigator gets to connect somehow. They don't have an actual red source, which turns off Tarfire, it turns off Gem Palm Incinerator. Alright, they're not afraid to just go for it here. Well, team, I'm going to Palace Jailer. And hope I don't lose. If this stays connected, we're going to be super happy. If we lose the Monarch, we lose on the spot, though. I'm not going to attack with this Stoneforge Mystic. Not this turn. Next turn, I'll think about it. But the last thing I need is for them to, like, Violin Lackey, then untap and draw Tar Fire. Yes, if he killed the Stoneforge Mystic, he could have connected with the Warren Instigator that turn, and then I am slain. Alright, now we get to snap this Council's Judgment. And that should close the door. They get one more Vial activation. And Winstigator. Their deck is full of Winstigators. Alright, now I'm going to attack with Stoneforge Mystic. Now I'm going to attack with Jailer. Who do I attack with here? I think I attack with Jailer. I need to leave back one of my 1/2s. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for them to remove one of my creatures and cast a haste creature off one goblin mana. Alright, yeah, they agreed. Alright, we beat goblins that mulled to 5. Good job, team. Yeah, my opponent misunderstood the sequencing on that Stoneforge Mystic block and was punished as a result. Alright, so Disenchant kills the Vials. Containment Priest neutralizes Vials. Celestial Purge exiles target permanent from their deck. Back to basics, even though they're mono red, their deck is full of caverns and ports and other nonsense. So I'm actually really into back to basics against goblins. Spell Pierce is a pretty bad magic card against them. So is Spell Snare. And I'm going to get lower on Force of Wills. I don't want to be completely empty of forces because if my back to basics plan does work, my plan is to neutralize the Vials with the Disenchants, Containment Priests, and Forces. And turn off the caverns with back to basics, and then take over with my weapons. Like Supreme Verdict's a nice one. True Name is great. Plow is absolutely necessary. They showed me they have Instigator. Alright, maybe I'll go down to 2 forces. Jace is so close. Maybe Priest is bad. Priest is a surprise blocker, though. Just surprise 2/2. Like, Snapcaster can't ambush a Warren Instigator. It can block it for a turn, but it's going to die and they get to keep it. 2/2 is a lot bigger than 2/1. Though I do think I need my Jaces to take over. Like, this deck can rebuild really quickly once you sweep it. Yeah, the Kiki Jiki Settler lists are very, very spicy. They're probably affordable on Magic Online, too. Is 0.01 tickets. Rage quits are the best quits. Yeah, Goblin Settler is expensive. It was only in one Portal product. Alright, well, I have 2 Swords to Plowshares, but I can't get a basic plane, so I'm in a little bit of danger. I'm in danger. Alright, this lets me get a basic island and ponder for a turn. I like when they don't do stuff. Alright, let's find a basic plains, and then we'll be set up for a little while. Oh, it's not Portal, it's Starter Set. That's right. Alright, that was perfect. We found a basic plains and a 3rd Swords to Plowshares. So unless they cast Chalice of the Void, which, I mean, they might do, the Instigator lists are certainly less Thorn of Amethyst. Okay, that one's fine. The Instigator list can play through a Chalice a lot better than the Lackey list, but Chalice is still just like pretty much a bad idea in Goblins. Alright, basic planes online. Next turn I can Brainstorm and Fetch, even through this Thorn. We brought in our Disenchants, we're not super worried about this. How many legacy points? I think I have like 38. So I am queued. Instigator. Yeah, we got there. I assume you're queued too, Anzi? See you in the trenches. Yep, get out of here. The big event is Sunday, Mormigil. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Alright, well, here we are. I am not going to stream it. Yeah, I think, like, you join it like you would the mocks, where you, like, click on the event, and the entry fee pops up, and it says, you know, pay 35 points, and you click submit payment, or whatever. Uh-oh, Matron. This is probably going to get a ringleader. Alpha Strike, thanks for the follow. Oz, I am not going to stream the event for multiple reasons. Number one, I play a lot worse when I'm streaming. And number two, ghosting becomes even more of a concern. Like, I don't think anyone is just ghosting me on a random Wednesday night or whatever. But with stakes that high, I don't even want to risk it. All right, this Jace is a ways away from being useful. And Celestial Purge is also not what I'm looking for. But if I do really well, I can record it. Or I can go through my own replays later and commentate on them and make a YouTube video. So like, it's not like we're just screwed for content. Alright, so I can play Stoneforge Mystic this turn. Threaten Jitte in the future. Or maybe I should get True Name online right now. And then I can surprise him later. I'm pretty sure the prizes are pretty substantial. I don't know what they are off the top of my head. I know the top 8 qualify for a 32-person Pro Tour qualifier. Yeah, Giant bragging rights is one of them, like being the quarterly Magic Online Championship. But the top 8 of this event get invited to a Pro Tour qualifier featuring the top 8s from these events throughout the year. You're attacking my fetch land? I'll fetch. Alright. Not sure why they did that specifically right then. Maybe they have Wasteland in hand they were trying to bait. Aether Vial, sure. Alright, come on back to basics right off the top. That would actually be fucking nuts. Back to basics? Didn't get it. Alright, so I can Brainstorm and then shuffle with Stoneforge Mystic here. Alright, I don't want this Tundra. Jitte. Having Jitte in hand already is pretty cool. So now I don't even need to do the thing I just said. I can just cast another True Name, and then next turn cast and connect with Umezawa's Jitte. Unless they Rashad Port me. But I'd be a little surprised if they do that instead of casting Ringleader, though I guess they could just do both. And if I draw a land, I can do it anyway. Yeah, Maya Cyclops. The Magic Online did this awesome thing this year where you can qualify for the Pro Tour by playing Modern, Vintage, Legacy, and/or Pauper. Like all of the maligned but beloved specialty formats. You can go to the Pro Tour by playing nothing but Vintage this season because of this program. You don't have to do a lot of winning. All right. Oh, they did have Goblin Settler. Hey. All right. They have 2 Crater Makers in hand now. That sucks. Are they casting one of them? Oh no, they're casting an Aether Vial. All right. Those Crater Makers are assholes, but I'm gonna connect with Jitte at least once. One, two, three. 4, 5. This Settler can destroy my planes, though. That's a bummer. They are going to have to use some amount of resources dealing with this Jitte. I play a lot of Pauper, and I absolutely love it. I actually think Pauper might be the best constructed format. And what I mean by the best constructed format is that you get a huge depth of decisions and the best player. So, Anzi, I think they have to destroy my Umezawa's Jitte, and then they have to race me. Like, they have to go off with a ringleader into pile driver. But Pauper is awesome because, like I started to say, it has the legacy cantrip suite. Like you have Ponder, Portent, Preordain. Nobody plays Portent, but you have Ponder, Brainstorm, Preordain. You have all sorts of awesome card selection. You have Gush. Then you have Tron, which is like hyper powerful. And then there's some combo decks. There's Stompy decks. There's Bogles. Like most of the modern Bogles deck is just commons. So there's a huge diversity, but there's no bullshit. Like there's no Chalice of the Void, you're dead. And there's no like turn 1 Belcher. There's no show and tell. Like every game is really interesting. Yeah, I mean the combo isn't good. Because back when combo was good in Pauper, the format sucked. Like, I was there for the Storm generation of Pauper. I remember. Alright, so we can Snapcaster, block Brainstorm, and they're dead on board. So, if their hand has to be Pile Driver or Lord right now, Haste Lord, and they have to get them both into play next turn. Is this Pile Driver? Lackey, all right. That's fine. I don't think Lackey can kill us. Yep, I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. All right, so they need some sort of haste. They need like ringleader into 2 things that matter. All right, yeah, we got him. Oh yeah, defeated the Gobos. Yeah, more McGill. The Tireless Tribe deck is pretty cool and more powerful than it seems, but it's also just, I mean, you need to resolve and stick a creature and then untap with it to win. Yep. Green men lose. True Name Nemesis is a powerful magic card, Oz. It's true. So, since I'm telling back in the day stories with old man Bosch and Roll, True Name Nemesis, I was already heavily deep into Legacy when this card was printed. And I remember everyone melting down, like freaking out, like, how could you possibly do this to our format? Nothing can kill it. This is so stupid. And Patrick Sullivan, the very smart Patrick Sullivan, if you don't follow him on Twitter, you should. He doesn't tweet much, but everything he tweets is just profound. So he tweeted, "What if True Name Nemesis was in Tempest and Wasteland was in a 2015 Commander product? What would we be saying then? Like, which of these cards is actually bullshit? And which one are we just used to dealing with?" And it turned out he was right. Here we are a couple years later, and True Name Nemesis is still a super durable threat. Like, it's a legacy quality threat. But decks play main deck Diabolic Edict, and they sideboard Marsh Casualties, and like it's just like another sticky creature you got to fight through. This Black Lotus avatar is sweet. I like that. Was that for like winning Vintage Masters drafts? Yeah, all creatures effects like Wrath of God, Supreme Verdict, Council's Judgment doesn't target, Engineered Plague kills it. Like it's not unkillable at all. All right, well, this hand dies to a Chalice on one, but is good against other stuff. All right, Flooded Strand's a good sign for this hand. I don't think they're going to print that card, Morrigal, but I'm ready. I'll be there when they do. All right, so I'm just going to pass with blue mana up. Volcanic Island Preordain shows me, like, makes me think they're a combo deck. And I suspect that that combo is probably Show and Tell, though this could easily be Storm. It could also just be Miracles that kept a one-lander and hung their Volcanic Island out there like a madman. All right, now I can hold up Spell Pierce and Spell Snare and shuffle away some cards with a Brainstorm. I'm going to hold on to this Ponder until next turn when I'm sure I'm not dead. Well, Requiem, it just forces deck building decisions. Like, they don't have to do anything. They just, if they don't want to lose to it, they should play some cards that answer it. Like, you could build your deck to just never lose to Storm, but then you would lose against other decks, and like vice versa. Like, it's just like a deck building consideration. I don't think True Name is overpowered compared to all the nonsense you can do in Legacy. But we're like used to other things that happen in Legacy. Like, what if I don't want to lose to compare Chalice of the Void to True Name Nemesis. Which of these cards actually stops games from happening? Like, Chalice of the Void is just a staple in this format. It's a thing decks can do. And like, look at my deck. 1/1, 1/1, 1/1, 1/1. Meanwhile, True Name Nemesis is on the stack. Alright, so don't want this Flooded Strand. Yeah, Chalice is just awful all the time. Alright, so I'm going to Brainstorm again, looking for a Force of Will. So I have 4 forces that could clip this thing right now. Both. Damn it. They're all broken. Alright, I say True Name doesn't matter, and I'm about to die to it. But that point notwithstanding. It's just like a strong threat. Like, I'm playing these Council's Judgments so I can answer it. Jace, Ponder, Swords to Plowshares. I'll take another spin on the Ponder train. It shows me 2 new cards, and shuffling would show me 1. No shuffle. Let's ponder. All right, so Jace, they showed me they didn't have days a turn ago, but they're going to have 2 opportunities to draw it, and they get to untap, so that they didn't have Spell Pierce either when we fought over this young Pyromancer. Yeah, that's fair, Mormagil. Like, is it indefensible not to play this card? And the answer for True Name Nemesis is no. There are plenty of successful decks that don't play True Name Nemesis. It's just a solid blue creature. All right, now they passed with mana up. So watch this get countered immediately. Oh, didn't get countered. Cool. All right, I don't want the card that's on top of my deck. Yeah, like, True Name is just really good at holding weapons. Like, any Stoneblade deck is going to want True Name. That's for sure. All right, so by plussing, they don't just get to bolt my Jace. And thinking about, like, what would be in their hand right now that they didn't cast already, bolt is near the top of the list. Wasteland. Nice. So, they're attacking me. The bold ignore Jace strategy. All right, let's find a Council's Judgment then. All right, so Comrade Zach, thanks for the follow. Welcome, Comrade. All right, I already have a fetch land in play, so I can pick off this black land. Yeah, that's right, Mormagil. Like Mormagil said, in Vintage, if you want to play a creature deck and it's not Chops, you're probably making a huge mistake. All right, still going for face. I have to believe their hand is full of bolts. It didn't get stifled. That's good. Come on, Moto. I'm clicking. Put it in. All right. Let's find this Council's Judgment. Even Batterskull races this thing. Oh, my own True Name. All right, I can't play the Wasteland this turn. I'm going to need to do other stuff. So I'll put these 2 back. Ooh, fetching puts me to 6, which puts me dead to bolt. But I think I have to. I can Snapcaster Ponder on my forever quest for this Council's Judgment. Shuffle that. Alright. And I can plow my Snapcaster this turn to gain 2 life. Like, if their plan is attack, then bolt. I can't plow it twice, though. So if they have 2 bolts, you got me. The ignore J strategy is really bold, but it seems to be paying off. Slow God 666, thanks for the follow. Lightning Bolt. Swords to Plowshares. Lightning Bolt. Swords to Plowshares. I wonder if they think this works. Spoiler, it doesn't. Yeah, their hand was just full of bolts. All right, they figured it out. Oh, you watched that? That's awesome. That was a great tournament. All right, so they are Grixis Delver. We did see an Underground Sea briefly in that game. Flusterstorm's nice. Supreme Verdict's nice. Celestial Purge kills Gurmags, Lilianas, and Young Pyromancers. Engineer Explosives clears out Young Pyromancers and Delvers. Back to basics, messes up their whole day. And Vendilion Click's in the maybe pile. I don't like Force of Will so much against them. Spell Pierce is pretty good. Alright. I'll go down to 1 Force. I always like having 1. Jailer. I don't like Jailer against other True Name Nemesis decks, because they can just take it right back. This is a League, Zach. Alright, Plow's good, Snap's good, Counterspell's pretty good. Council's Judgment's good. If we found Council's Judgment like a turn earlier, we would have won that game. Like any turn of that game, Council's Judgment would have won it. This is round 2 and we're 1-0. Yep, down a game, up 1-0 in the league though. Alright, I can cut a Wasteland against this deck, because it's not really my plan to waste them out. They're the Wasteland deck. If I can grind out their other resources, like a land's worth a lot more to me than it is to them. So if I waste them, unless they're just totally screwed off the game, then it doesn't matter. And I can go down on a Jace. Their deck's going to be full of Red Blast and Spell Pierce and Wastelands and stuff. I'm going to try to beat them fair and square. This hand's good. I got a cantrip, I got a removal spell, I got a True Name. Importantly, I have both my colors in basic mana. Alright, sweet. I'm going to put Council's Judgment in my hand and Stoneforge on top. So if they discard spell me, I'd rather keep the Stoneforge Mystic. And there it is. My whole hand is good. Choose wisely, opponent. They chose the True Name. Probably smart. Alright, let's hope they don't have a Daze. Just like we drew it up. Go. Go, go, go. Ooh, Force of Will. I am happy with that exchange. Force pitching Preordain. That means they don't have Daze. Loud and clear, no Daze. It looks like they just considered casting a Delver of Secrets into the Swords to Plowshares they know about. Oops, I guess I need blue mana to cast the spell, huh? I'm going to go for a Snapcaster here. Because if I could make a basic land drop, I would just pass. But I don't want to like pass without using this mana, then get wastelanded. And not have another land to follow up with. Alright, we found the land and a Brainstorm and a Flusterstorm. That's a good pile of cards. What is this black mana during my turn? Okay, it was just a mistap. I was like, are you fatal pushing this? Please do. Alright. Brainstorm to rebuild. It's pretty sweet that they pitched this Preordain, or else last turn they could have Brainstorm, fetch Preordain, and just had the perfect hand. But instead they did nothing. Good job, Stoneforge Mystic. You're a 2-for-1, one way or the other. Now I have this threat in play too. This looks like a Liliana or a True Name Nemesis. It's True Name Nemesis. Oh, or they're just cantripping. That's allowed too. Thick Thalia. I like that, Oz. Big Thalia is now forever known as Thick Thalia. Hello out there to all my 66 viewers, by the way. That's an awesome number. That is very close. At 75 viewers, if I can hold an average of 75 viewers for a couple weeks, then I get to be eligible for Twitch partnership, which unlocks the fat stacks, the ad revenue. And I get more money off every sub, and I get more emotes for the chat. So that's awesome. What's up, Christofferson? Yeah, the last couple of weeks I've been averaging like 50-ish, and there's like 66 people just hanging out. No massive raids have happened. That's just all regular foot traffic. So thank you, all of you. Surgicaling my True Name Nemesis is. Yeah, okay. That just cost them. They used an actual card to get rid of a theoretical threat somewhere in the deck. I said something and plummeted instantly from 66 to 56 viewers. Never look a gift horse in the mouth. It's cool though. 56 is still an awesome number. I appreciate everyone who logs in for this sweet Legacy content. Yeah, Slow God, Legacy is a lot better than Modern. I would rank Legacy as the second best format, constructed format you can play. Right after Pauper. Though Legacy is like a real format that gets. Yeah, I'm never jamming Jace on this board state, like ever in my life. So those of you who thought that might have been a play, it was not a play. Like they could have Pyroblast, Spell Pierce, Daze, like Brainstorm into Daze or Force of Will. Like I'm not just hanging my Jace out there like that. Jace is a bro. I'm not gonna let him lose like that. This is a tough call though. I kind of want this Spell Pierce to protect this Stoneforge. I guess I can shuffle away the Jace. Like I would need 2 land drops to even want to cast it. Yeah, I'll find Jace eventually. Like, I don't really want a 4-mana Brainstorm. Like, even if it resolves, they could untap and just Pyroblast it. Alright, Umezawa's Jitte in the hand. What's up, Hunter Christ? Yeah, we haven't even talked about that. That is a very real thing. The Magic Online is implementing the London Mulligan rule early. It's going to be in effect the last 2 weeks before GP Niagara. Yeah, they knew about that though. Like, I have to suspect they have another one, or they're just desperate because they are at 8. Yeah, so yeah, they had another one. All right, to the surprise of no one. They can't really attack with it though because I have Jitte. Yeah, so this Mulligan rule is coming. It's a little early. It's before it's supposed to happen. Shuffle this up. Shuffle that deck. So testing, like the online metagame is going to look totally different than is reasonable to expect for the GP metagame. But I think it's cool. Like I want to make sure that this thing is well tested long before it needs to be. Like I want the Modern Pro Tour to be completely broken. All right, I'm going to suit up this Snapcaster. Just let them know, if you ever plan on attacking, don't. They were both holding now. So if I draw another Snapcaster, I can exile this and connect with Jite. I have one Jace in the deck. They exiled my true names. So my spiciest threat is gone. This is not happening. Not allowed. Yeah, Cawblade would be pretty good here. Squadron Hawk lines up pretty poorly, though, against Liliana the Last Hope, which is a pretty scary card. All right, Snapcaster. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I have enough to Snapcaster Council's Judgment with Flusterstorm backup. If any of that happens, we win on the spot. Hey. My dude. I was just talking about you. Yeah, one of the themes of my stream that I tell the chat every single week, this is very important to succeeding at Magic, is that every turn just shout out the name of the card you want to draw, and it'll happen. Like if you just go like Stoneforge Mystic, you win. You're guaranteed to draw it. All right, so they didn't have the days, so the game is over. Awesome. All right, so they're so scared of True Name Nemesis that they're willing to Thoughtseize Surgical Extraction it. I'm going to bring in Gideon just as another win condition. Just mix it up a little bit on him. On the draw, back to basics is a lot worse, so I'll bring in a different threat. So these are just like more things that can carry weapons. Palace Jailer has been absolutely incredible. I boarded it out in this matchup because they have True Name Nemesis, and I don't want to just trade the Monarch back and forth. Oh, the enemy thought I was on Miracles? Okay. Are they also a streamer? I have 61 cards in my deck. That's too many. Engineered Explosives is really good. It's for, it gets Chalice of the Voids, it clears out tokens, it can kill most permanents in Death and Taxes. Like, it's just a really good surgical weapon. Like, it can only get up to 2 counters in this deck. There are only 2 colors to put into it. But it is very, very strong. All right. Up to 61 cards somehow here. Yeah, Engineered Explosives is just really good in this meta right now. Oh, I'm boarding it in this matchup because it can kill Young Pyromancer, it can kill any number of tokens, it can kill 2 Delvers. Like, everything except True Name Nemesis in their deck dies to Engineered Explosives. Yeah, I could cut a Spell Pierce. I brought in the Flusterstorms, so that's less important. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, Hunter Christ. It's hard to tell because the last 2 games, my opponent played a turn 3 True Name and I died to it. And then this game, they played 2 True Names and then they died. But there are other threats in the Grixis Delver deck. It doesn't kill Gurmag Angler, but very few things do. All right, so I can play around days or I can play around every other counterspell. Let's go. Uh-oh. They didn't pass priority. They didn't have 6. All right, they had the days. So them playing days there isn't the worst. Oh shit, it flipped immediately. That's kind of annoying. But, so the days set them back a land drop. That means they're not casting Young Pyromancer. They're another turn away from True Name Nemesis. So I just got to find another way to get through this thing. All right, they have the lightning bolt. Yeah, blue lightning bolt is very sweet. So they have this lightning bolt. True Name Nemesis will demand an answer, but if it resolves and they bolt it, then I'll have Jitte in hand, and any threat can then kill Delver. Yeah, pitches the force. That's good stuff. Yes, get. So I could get Umezawa's Jitte, or I could get Batterskull and just... Yeah, I'm going to get Batterskull. So if I get Jitte, they can let me commit to the board first before they bolt this thing. But if I get Batterskull, they just have to do it. It is a known Magic Online color thing. I don't know what it's about, but it is a thing. All right, play my land first to play around Flusterstorm and Spell Pierce. Put this Batterskull back in my deck. I'm not going to need it for a while. And I'm going to put this Jace back in my deck. I'm a long way away from wanting that. So I'm going to plow in their upkeep. Now if they want to fight over it, they're going to have to use their own mana. All right, they don't want to fight over it. If they jam True Name here, I have the Council's Judgment with Fluster backup. Oh, the old float blue fetch plan playing around. Nothing. Just remembering they need 3 mana for True Name, probably. But now this blue is stuck, like just a Moto thing. If they decide they don't want to spend it, they've already committed because they fetched. You can't control Z through a fetch. So I hope they actually did want to cast a spell. Wow, just float blue, nothing, go. Awkward. All right, I'm going to fetch because I didn't want these cards. Don't stifle me. All right, cool. Survive the stifle. Get my second basic planes. I'm now set up on mana for the rest of my life. All right, so I'm going to Vendilion click them in their end step. Just kidding. I'm going to Vendilion click them in response to Young Pyromancer. So if they do have something, they're not going to get a token off it. Red Blast? Okie dokie. Yeah, by fetching the basic planes, I wasn't able to protect my click, but I also don't just die to Wasteland, so give and take. I can protect this Council's Judgment, though. I hope they do force it. All right, nope, nothing. All right, this is where you want to be in this matchup. Like, I'm over 10 life, and our board is clear. We have the same number of cards in hand. I have more lands than them. So I just got to work my way to a point where I can connect with this Jitte, and then we win. All right, they top, though. Like Delverino. So I can snap Plow with Flusterstorm backup. That seems pretty good. All right, get out of here. And they don't know I have Jitte in my hand. I got the Batterskull with that Stoneforge several turns ago. So this Jitte could surprise him. You would have plowed the Young Pyromancer last turn, Anzi? That's reasonable. I would not fault anyone for making that play. All right, here we go. mean, Lightning Bolt just gets me, but if they don't have it, they're dead. Alright, so Storm is 2 and they have 3. Alright, they got the Bolt. No worries. That Bolt didn't go for my face. Now I have the Batterskull again. I redrew it. So another land, I'm happy to jam it. I'm not going to jam it into Daze. Like, don't get dazed on turn 7. Play around it if you can. Wow, that's good stuff. Alright, I'm going to put back... So this is interesting. I could get rid of the land. And... Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put Supreme Verdict and Ponder back on top. I'm going to play this land. And then next turn I can fight over Batterskull with Flusterstorm backup. And I have Ponder. If that fails, I can Ponder into some more stuff. And if they just like jam True Name Nemesis this turn, I can Ponder into the Supreme Verdict and deal with it. Alright, off we go. It's entirely possible or likely they have a Braid at this point. Like, what are these 3 cards in their hand they haven't played? Like, I have a hard time believing they're just all lands. Alright, they didn't Braid. Diabolic Edict. Okay, cool. We just got a card out of their hand, and Batterskull can bounce and redeploy later. Supreme Verdict still on top of my deck. I do want that eventually. Ponder? Let's find a true name. Awkward. Awkward Stoneforge. The old no-search Stoneforge. Though it does... Alright, so here's what that Stoneforge does do. It puts this Batterskull into recycle mode. So I'm going to bounce the Batterskull in their end step. I should have put Stoneforge second down, not third. It is a creature that... It's a creature and a shuffle. It is both of those things. But I want to be able to, like, pump and dump this Batterskull in the future. The 8 mana imminently counterable loop becomes a 5 mana uncounterable loop with Stoneforge in play. Beer and Pizza 84, thanks for the follow. I'm a big fan of pizza. Alright, return to me. I can also brainstorm into Stoneforge Mystic this turn now that Batterskull's in my hand and just go off. Boop. Boop. I don't mind playing out that extra land here. I was like, I'm a control deck and I want a bunch of mana. Look at that. We shuffled and drew a card that was already in the hand. That was a straight up Alex Bertoncini brainstorm. Draw 3, put 1 back, shuffle your deck. Very nice. Alright. That's cool. We got another card out of their hand. We want these 2-for-1 trades. Like they don't wanna make trades like that. I want to make trades like that. Bitter Blossom. Get out of here. Let's hope we fight over this, because I can still answer it. I hope they spend a red blast fighting me here. Or Force Will's even better. 1, 2, 3. I can pay for a Flusterstorm. Alright, it's just in the bin. I wouldn't be mad at anyone who just let that resolve and purged it. Go get him, Batterskull. Spell Pierce, huh? It looks like I'm getting set up for a daze right now. Alright, well, I'm not going to not pay. Or, I can Flusterstorm this. Yeah, we can Fluster. Yep. Definitely going to Fluster it. Show him who's boss. I'm driving this game. What's up, Chubby Rain? Vintage, legend, and streamer, Chubby Rain Matt Murray. King of Jund. Alright. Am I getting double dazed? That's like a straight up 3 for 2 that I'm not super upset about, if that's what's happening. And they're basically hellbent. Yeah, their hand is the 2 lands. Alright, cool. Now we need literally anything in the deck to win. Oh, did they draw a Young P right off the top? Liliana? Garmag, alright. We got that covered in a variety of ways. Alright, now we just need a creature to hold this GT. Their hand is land, we know that. Alright, I'm cool with a rebuy on a Ponder. So, what's the rush? Alright, I'm gonna just exile this thing. And I'm gonna hold on to this Ponder, because all the cards on top of my deck are good. Like, I'll just take another draw step and see 2 extra cards instead of 1 off this Ponder. Alright, all the lands are back into play. Alright, now we shuffle. Alright. Chubby Rain, thanks for the follow. Alright, so we're in no danger of losing anytime soon, but we do need to figure out a way to win, but that's fine. All of my True Name Nemesis are still in the deck. Thoughtseize, huh? I don't want them to know what they're up against here. Like, the Supreme Verdict is my ultimate, just like, escape button. The old Spell Pierce. What turn even is it? Oh, Brainstorm. Alright, can't counter that. The old turn 15 Spell Pierce. It's another Gurmag, sure. Rewarded instantly. Alright, so Red Blast, I can Spell Pierce and Flusterstorm if I need to. Alright, go True Name. Name you. I don't need to equip Jitte yet. If I equip, then I can't hold up all 3 of my counter spells. Like, I can hit a Diabolic Edict and then, like, make sure it happens. Land? That's not a good card right now. They're still working through that Brainstorm. The Braid. Got that covered. Now it's Fish versus True Name. All the marbles. Live Fish usually beats Dead Fish in a race. But I am significantly lower on life than my opponent. Yuck. Yeah, Spell Snare is just great all the time. Alright, so how does this race work? If I gain life with my GT, they're taking 3 a turn and I'm taking 1 a turn. So they're on an 8 turn clock and I'm on an 11 turn clock. Alright, I'm not going to win by not attacking. Alright, it's a 7 turn clock now. They've punted. And I can still just Supreme Verdict if it gets super desperate. But I don't want to. And they're hellbent, so they can't even like surprise double bolt me. Alright, Gurmag in for more. Oh shit, I was supposed to fetch. No big deal. It's just a super tight game where every card matters. I'm just going to start gaining some life right now, make sure I don't get punk bolted. Alright, definitely going to remember to fetch this time. Thoughtseize. Bummer, that resolves. Supreme Verdict's gone. Yeah, now if they draw their own true name, we're in a real race. Pretty sure I have fetchable lands left. Yep, 2 of them. Gideon's a sweet draw. Oh, that's even better. Get out of here. Are we done? All right, I'm going to go up to 8 right now, just to make sure I don't die to a flurry of bolts. All right, yeah, we did it. We worked through all of their nonsense and got it. Yeah, that's how that matchup's supposed to look. The Blue-White Stoneblade deck is just grindy, grindy control. It just didn't matter, Chubby Rain. Like, anything they could do, like, they had 1 card in hand, right? Yeah, like, normally I would upkeep it. Like, that's just, like, technically better, I guess, if you're trying to be absolutely perfect. But in that spot, it just absolutely didn't matter. I guess the one way it might have mattered is if their last card did somehow counter this, like through my Spell Pierce and my Flusterstorm, if they somehow protected their Gurmag, I could choose not to attack. Like clearing it, making sure it's gone before I attack, there is some value in that. Like if I find like I might decide that like leaving back the true name with a GT counter is worth more, but at that point it just didn't matter. But yeah, Eric Virgo's here. Bouncing back to Skull, brainstorming away, finding it in is the most insane value, and that did happen that game. We were in a super tight like card advantage battle, and that did actually occur. So that game went long. I got to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, that Batter Skull, brainstorm it away, redraw it. Like that play is just one of the lines that exist in Stoneforge decks. Like Stoneforge brainstorm, tuck a weapon, get the same weapon back. Like there have been games where I just like draw or put the same Batter Skull into my hand like 4 or 5 times, and it's just insane. Just build your own Bertoncini brainstorm. All right, let's get back into this. I don't remember if I made a spreadsheet for... I have not made a spreadsheet to keep track of this. I'll have to rewatch my streams and track matchup data. But so far I am 9-3 with this deck on stream. 9 plus 3 is 12. Yeah, we've done 2 leagues plus these 2. Yeah, I'm 9-3 with this deck. We lost to Blue Red Delver, Lee J Weirdness, and something else that I forget. Oh, Food Chain. Oh god. This has to be some sort of Helm combo deck. What is happening? Am I dead? What just happened to me? Alright, well, the Swords of Plowshares is probably good against this Thespian stage, so I'll take that. Yeah, they're just going for the high score of turn 0 plays. Alright, I want this Brainstorm pretty bad. I'm going to put the Spell Snare in my hand instead of the Brainstorm in case they discard me this turn. But what the fuck? Okay, so they can make Adepts right now because of LED. Alright, so they're at 40, and they're Hellbent. Here we are. So the Tendrils is in this deck too. I don't know what's going on. Alright. Yeah, this is definitely rest in peace, Helm stage. Oh, Ill-Gotten Gains is in this deck too? Iggy Pop. I haven't seen that deck since this fucking Stone Age. Alright, I don't need Polluted Delta or Tundra. I'll get a basic Plains with this. I guess I get Tundra. Like, I just want to be set up against them. Alright, bye Marilage. Yeah, this is definitely spicier. This has to be an Iggy deck with Tendrils. For those of you who are new to Legacy, Ill-Gotten Gains is just... It's like the old Past in Flames before that card existed. Yeah, they can loop Iggy's. Alright, Spell Pierce seems pretty good against the opponent with no permanence in play. Or no relevant permanence. Alright, so I have 2 soft counters. I have another one on top that I'm going to draw. Oh, it was played on camera? Alright. Well, here we are against it on Magic Online. I have another Plow and a Council's Judgment ready. Alright, let's get to work. The fun thing is that eventually I'll be at 40 and they'll be at 0. Uh-oh, a swamp. Nah. The bad news is Snapcaster Mage is a 2-1 because of these ley lines. Oh, someone was 3-0 with it? I'm impressed that anyone... I mean, there's just so many, like, wham, slam, thank you, ma'am, game over plays in this deck that I'm not surprised someone got through it. Like, how do you even sideboard? I guess just every soft permission and leave in your plows. I'm going to shuffle. I already have a plow and a council's judgment, and those are the two cards on top of my deck. All right, another spell pierce to go with my more spell pierces. Yeah, one of the things I love about blue-white in Legacy is that it's just rock solid against this kind of bullshit. Like, between Council's Judgment, Brainstorm, Soft Permission, you have life gain in your main deck. Like, you rarely just lose to some crap. Yeah, Ill-Gotten Gains has been seriously outclassed. Like, it got replaced by Ad Nauseam, and then just buried an extra 10 feet deep by... God. It just got buried even deeper by Past in Flames. All right, so, I mean, they have a lot of work to do to Chandrils me at this point. I could have equipped Batterskull to True Name Nemesis and been gaining more life, like gain 7 a turn instead of 4. But they're dead on board. All right, how do I lose? All right, go ahead. Dark Ritual. Uh-oh. All right, so I'll Spell Pierce this. If they pay for it, they can't Ill-Gotten Gains. Though it does build Storm. All right, they paid. Okay. Making a Merit Lage doesn't matter this turn because they're dead. They can't play Helm. I don't know. I'd be impressed if this one card in their hand kills me. Okay, it doesn't. Good. Man, weird. Real weird. Alright, so Disenchants come in. Celestial Purge comes in. Vendilion Click seems fine. Flusterstorm seems good. Surgical Extraction, I guess. What is even happening? That's rough, Eric. All right, so I think... yeah, this is weird. I'm going to shave a Swords to Plowshares because it's only good against one of their 3 plans. Council's Judgment is always good. I didn't see anything that's worth Spell Snaring in the deck. Like, everything costs 1 or 0. I guess Rest in Peace, but I didn't see white mana. Like, I saw Ley Lines. True Name can be pretty slow against the combo decks. Like, Stoneforge... Stoneforge getting Batterskull is really good. Palace Jailer shutting down Merit Lage. Like, this deck can't take the Monarch back without killing me. I have the clicks to replace the True Names I'm cutting. Snapcaster is so good unless they have Leyline, then it's so bad. Yeah, the rogue decks definitely test all of your sideboard skills. Spell Pierce was great. So I could cut the Jitte and one of the Stone Forges and just have a lighter package. Unless they show me a reason to be scared to want Jitte this game. That's one of the advantages of winning game one. You get to you get to goof around game two and make them show you something different. Gifts Ungiven, I think that blue-white is the most solid, best positioned combination of colors in Legacy right now. I do frequently play blue-white decks. Like Brainstorm and Swords to Plowshares are just two of the best cards ever printed, and you get both of them in these color combos. So, yeah, I was on Blue-White Delver for a while. I played Miracles for a long time. I've had a lot of success with Miracles over the years. Yeah, I am almost certainly playing this deck or something very close to it in Niagara. Team? I like it. They want land pass. Let's get them. And saving that for a Dark Depths probably would have been smarter, but maybe we can just screw them. Oh, there it is. Are we a genius or are we an idiot? We'll find out soon. The fact they played out the Dark Depths makes me think they don't have another land. Hey, baby. And I don't want to draw these lands, but I do want that Caracas pretty bad. Alright, so I'm going to draw the Misty Rainforest since I have to draw it anyway, and I'm going to draw the Caracas next turn where they can't see it. I'm going to save the Surgical for an Iggy Pop. Dark Ritual, bummer. Please play Vampire Hexmage. Alright, they can't take Surgical and Force, so it's one or the other. Oh, Tamba, did you think he stole your name? The true name Nemesis. Uh-oh, there's Hexmage. Chat, remember when we hid that Caracas on top of the deck? Boop. Boop. See you later. 2020, how about nothing? Take a break. And then I'm going to extract Dark Depths in their draw step. I don't know if this is the best play. Like, maybe I want to break up their Storm later with this. But let's at least get this plan off the table. Ah, their hand was the combo. Super smart. All right, let's look at this deck. 1 Deluge. 1 Liliana the Last Hope. All right, that's a card. Infernal Tutor, Ill-Gotten Gains, Helm. I can still lose to Helm. There's 1 Bitter Blossom. All right. But that was just like the 1/1/1 clean sweep. Duress your hand. All right. If this Jace gets online, I'm going to feel pretty good. I don't know. Like, they made the main deck, or the main phase Merit Lage to play around Wasteland. So they considered the possibility that I was floating something good. So they played that correctly, and they were right. I was floating something good. I should have pondered. My bad. I'm just clicking. All right, Ancient Tomb. All right, Jace is going to go aggro Fate Seal, like right now. Like, this is a great place to be against these, like, prison-style decks. Jace the Mind Sculptor. The deck that won the, Infernal Tutor. Yes, put that on the bottom. I don't want you drawing Demonic Tutor when you're Hellbent. So the deck that won the, Legacy Challenge this past week, it did not play Jace. It had Jailer, but not Jace, which I think has to be just completely wrong. Thanks for the follows, JB Mage, Timmy JM19, and Sharkula. It's like Dracula, but for sharks. I appreciate that a lot. I like it. I am going to bottom a Thoughtseize, because I don't want them to know what they need to play against. Oh, hey. So I'm going to put Vendilion Click on top and Disenchant in my hand. So if they do go for a Helm this turn, I can just Disenchant the Leyline and then they're just dead. And next turn I can set up the Caracas loop. Alright, Infernal Tutor. Let's just counterspell it. Why mess around? Alright, boom. Top card is Lion's Eye Diamond. No, you can have that for sure. So I'm going to save the Vendilion Click for when I need to bottom with Jace to get another look. Alright, Snapcaster's online. I don't think I wanted my third card down. I'm not going to lie, I don't remember what it was. Busy narrating. No, you can have that. Yeah, I have the Click plus Caracas combo here. And now I have Brainstorm into Flusterstorm at the ready. Yeah, I only need to fade one more draw step. And I have Click, so alright, so 1, 2, 3, bounce 1, 2, 3. I could even hit 2 draw steps with Click next turn. So their top 3 cards all have to kill me, basically. Swamp does not do it. Alright, we managed to win this one, team. Grim Lavamancer, thanks for the follow. All right, back it up. Yeah, one of the big advantages of this particular list is the 5 1-mana counter spells. Like, I know I harp on that a lot, but this is so important. These 3 pierces, 2 snares, 3 snaps. Like the counter package in this, a lot of Stoneblade decks you see go pretty light on this. They might have like 1 pierce, 1 snare, or like 2 snares. But I like the 5. Like, combo is tough for this deck, this main deck anyway. And you have to commit a lot of sideboard to be good against combo. So, like, for example, this is the list that won the challenge last weekend. They have this nice combo disruption package. That's where I copied this from. But they have this, like, Path to Exile. And then look at their sideboard. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10. Like there's a lot of cards for combo over here. Merit Lage combo, that counts. Yeah, like this sideboard is really tilted towards combo. This is the other list that top forward the challenge last weekend. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cards against combo. But look, they only have 2 pierces and a snare. So their main deck is super soft to combo. Like, they have back to basics in the main. But this hybridized version gets to have a bunch of cards for fair decks in the sideboard because the main deck can hang against combo already. I would like to play first. I have lands and a ponder. I have both my weapons. But, I mean, lands and a ponder. I can brainstorm these weapons away eventually. Alright, cool. I get to put Force of Will in my hand and draw a spell Pierce next turn. Let's hope they're a combo deck. Yeah, it is weird, but like this is a rare example of a weird hand that this deck can draw. Like most of the hands this deck has are just like some land, some cantrips, some removal, and a threat. And that's all you ever want in Legacy. If they're a fair blue deck, our hand's not very good, but it is going to keep us alive for a while. Ah, shit. That's a nightmare. Blue-red Delver is already, like, of all the Delver variants, blue-red is the scariest one against us. Right, I'm gonna shove this Jite. I'm gonna make him have days right now. Yeah, the old flying man, not like this. Alright, he had days. That's fine. Let's keep Young Pyromancer out of play while we try to work through this. Yeah, a Delver deck... Oh, they have Wasteland too. Yeah, a Delver deck is exactly the type of deck that could punish the weird hand that we just drew. It's alright. We're not dead yet. We're going to draw Island right now. And then if we find a Swords to Plowshares, we're just right back in business. We're going to need some land drops after that, but we're pretty far from dead. We could force a Young Pyromancer if we have to. Or a True Name Nemesis. Terramander takes forever to grow into a dragon. Like, literally forever. Horcruxian, they just get under everything we're doing. Like the Grixis deck has to set up a little bit, and it gives you time to, like, find your Swords to Plowshares, because True Name Nemesis costs 3, and Gurmag Angler isn't really a 1-drop. Like, it costs 1, but not till later. This deck has actual 1-drops. It has actual card advantage in the form of... Well, that's fucking awkward. Go, Squire. I hope they counter this so badly. Though I guess I could just still put in the Batterskull. Alright. Yes. Find nothing. Awkward. Alright, so now we got a plan. Put in Batterskull. And once you do set up, like, the Grixis deck has some bolts in it. Like, usually 4 bolts. Some people play with that number, but 4 is the right number. The Grixis deck has, like, 4 bolts in it. Alright, well, I'm not winning this game any other way, so please don't counter this. But this deck can just, like, get you to 9. Shit. Yeah, this deck can just get you to 9 and burn you out. And if you're not, you have to connect. If you connect with any of your weapons even once, it's usually good enough. But if you can't do that, they can just burn you out after you stabilize. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, Terramander is still 2 mana away from becoming a dragon. All right, come on, Swords to Plowshares. Caracas, okay. I can cast Ponder right now. That's probably the best use of my mana. None of these cards are good. None of them are Swords to Plowshares, so they're gone. Alright, that's kind of like Swords to Plowshares. Like, if I can clear their board and still be at more than 10 life, things start to look okay. But if I clear them at, like, 7 or 8 life, I'm pretty dead. Yeah, the Delver decks with Reach can punish you pretty good. Shit. Alright, so let's hope that their last card in hand is not Spell Pierce or Daze. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. I'm gonna vote, or I guess I should ponder. Yeah, I'll ponder. Look for the Swords to Plowshares. Oh, that's interesting. But it's not good. Alright, so I'll... Oh, my Tundra is... Okay, no, I have 2 white. Alright. I will keep this, make my land drop, and then cast the Council's Judgment. And I think I have to vote Terramander out, because it's about to become a 5/5. And Young Pyromancer could eventually be neutralized by something else. Alright, let's go. Resolves. Resolves. If they have Daze or Spell Pierce, we're just dead, Zos. Alright. They got something. Hopefully it's just Lightning Bolt. Vapor Snag, targeting Terramander. Okay. Alright, so that was a smart play. They get to save their Terramander. They correctly identified that's what I'm coming after. But I'm perfectly happy getting Young Pyromancer off the table too. Alright, so now we have perfect information. We got to answer this Terramander though. If I draw a land, I can slam Batterskull. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, they need another spell or another land to make this a 5/5 right now. All right, doesn't look like they have it. Not yet anyway. I am blocking the shit out of this thing. I have to do that because every life point matters. I'm the control deck, they're the aggro deck in this matchup. Oh, come on, deck. It's time. Deliver me from evil. Holy cannolis. Huh. Alright. You know, I'm doing it. They drew 1 card wild off the top. They don't know what it is. Alright, so if I put it back like this, I can cast Batterskull next turn as a follow-up. Alright, if this works, we probably win. Don't daze me. Spell Pierce doesn't do it. They can't force. They don't play Counterspell. Lightning Bolt doesn't matter. It has to be exactly daze. What a sweat. The power of Palace Jailer. Oh my god. Battle Cruiser operational. Yeah, they didn't have days last turn. It would have been a wild draw off the top. So they are a True Name Nemesis deck, which is pretty scary. Like if they just jam True Name, then I'm going to lose the Monarch. But then we might slam back and forth for a while. Just trade Monarchs. But I'm about to draw Batterskull again, and the next turn I'm going to draw that fetch land we put back. So, I mean, let's just hope this works. We dodged True Name, we're probably okay. Alright, so their hand is going to have to be exactly land True Name after this Brainstorm for us to be in any real kind of trouble. Yeah, the power of the Jailer. This thing is good. I am going to board it out in this matchup because they have True Name Nemesis, but right now in this particular board state... Alright, they kept a land. Let's hope that it's not True Name to go with it. Alright, doesn't seem like it. So, I don't think they have any flash threats. This deck doesn't usually play Snapcaster Mage. But even if it does, Batterskull doesn't care. Though if they snap Vapor Snag, but I'm going to have a land to Spell Pierce whatever they do. Just don't shove True Name into play right now and we're going to get along just fine. Hello to the 83 viewers out there. That's a good number. That is over 75. Just lately I've been hitting the threshold to be a contender for a Twitch partnership. So I appreciate everybody who tunes in every time. 75 is the magic number. All right, I'm going to see if this resolves before I try to do anything else. Also important to note about Palace Jailer, they get this creature back when they become the Monarch, not when Palace Jailer dies. It's not like a normal Oblivion Ring. So like I don't have to worry about like an end step bolt untap attack. It's just not a thing. What you got? Oh, they paused like they were going to do something, and then they did nothing instead. McMaster J, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Roll Nation. All right, we're up 2 cards off this Monarch so far. I love it. We're still not in the clear from a True Name Nemesis. All right, I'm going to Spell Pierce this so they can't brainstorm into True Name. Yep, that is the text on this card. Exile target creature an opponent controls until an opponent becomes the Monarch. Yeah, like the only card in their deck I'm really afraid of right now is True Name Nemesis. So that Spell Pierce, even though I like lose a card, it's another turn without True Name in play. Would it have been better as Jace this game? Probably not. I mean, Jace would have been stuck in minus mode, just bouncing this Terramander. And I'd be pretty stoked to draw Jace right now, though. Alright, it could still happen. Right, let's battle. So, one thing to note in this game, remember when I shoved this Jitte on turn 2? And it got this Daze out of their hand, and now I'm winning because they didn't Daze this thing. And that might be like a long shot to connect the dots, like if that actually correlates or matters. But that is exactly why I made that play. Because I wanted to work through it if they had it. All right, I'm going to draw a card, so I want to shuffle right away. All right, what you got, opponent? Nothing? No Council's Judgment. Now we don't even care about True Name. Yeah, just throw meat into the grinder till you break it. That's a good way to say that, Oz. I usually say overload their answers, but shove meat into the grinder till you break it. I accept that. Hey, they're at 6. That's how much power I have. So now if they have a bolt, they're just going to have to like zap this thing just to not be dead. Go team. I thought for sure we were losing this game. Oh, are they going to double bolt my Bee Skull? My Germ? Wow, I'll take that all day, every day. And guess what else can happen right now? Just suit that up. If their last card in hand is Bolt, I have the Spell Pierce. Now I have the 6/6 creature. Oh, I got Force of Will. We're good. We did it. Palace Jailer to the rescue. They have 1 card in hand. Is it the Nemesis they've been looking for? Light up the stage. Yeah. They're hellbent. They're dead on board. Let's just counter it. We could have let them spin the wheel and then countered whatever they did, but why do it? Let's just win. Win if you got it. All right, so Flusterstorm's good in this matchup. Engineered Explosives, Supreme Verdict. That's what all these are for. Celestial Purge can get rid of a Young Pyromancer, or sometimes they play like Sulfuric Vortex or some scary permanent that you don't want to play against. Though this one is like a tier below these, depending on what I end up bringing in. Gideon is an expensive card, but it's not blue, so it is notable. Like Gideon and Purge are like the next tier of card I want after these four for sure. Force of Will is pretty bad in this matchup. Spell Snare and Spell Pierce are both great. Every available removal spell is staying in. Man, the Jailer though, I said I was going to take it out, but it was so good. Like if we whittle him down to one threat and then become the Monarch, like it's bad against True Name, but it was so good against everything else. Like if we ever like Verdict, then Jailer their next thing, we're done. But I'm gonna go one less Force of Will. Gideon and Purge. They didn't make the cut. They're not better than any of these other cards in my deck. And I can go down one Jace. Counterspell. I like Counterspell. Like the game that we're gonna win is one where we just untap with 4 or 5 mana on an empty board, and then Counterspell just gets the True Name, gets the Young Peasy, gets the Light Up the Stage. I do like Counterspell. Yeah, I don't love Jace. It's just so fragile in this matchup. They have Blue Blast, they have Daze, they have Wasteland, they have Spell Pierce. Yeah, I like where we are. All right, let's do it. I'm impressed we won that one. Uh-oh. This is not a good hand, unfortunately. If you replaced any one of these lands with Brainstorm, I would keep this hand. But that is not the case. I'll keep this one. It's a one-lander, but it's got everything we want. We play 21 lands. We'll try to draw some. Awkward. So I have to fetch Island so I don't just die. But my hand wants to cast these white spells pretty badly. Yeah, Terramander is not a good Magic card. You heard it here first. Like, let me just tell you all. All right, they got hyper-aggressive with that Pyroblast. I hope we just draw a land and don't get punished. All right, good thing we didn't fetch Tundra. Let's draw a land. Make them think we had it the whole time. Shit. All right. We're in stupid mode. They don't have blue mana. I don't have any mana. They passed the turn. I passed the turn. All right, thrilling, thrilling. Yeah, Terramander is pretty unimpressive just across the board. All right, do they have another Red Blast? If they do, they're going to cast it for sure. Oh god, still no lands. Shuffle, yes, land? Oh, we're going to discard. I think Jace the Mind Sculptor is the discard. We are not close to casting this card. They can Lightning Bolt me. That's smart. Dubs, thanks for the follow. All right, I'm glad we faded that one. All right, we are set up for like anything to happen here. All right, Brainstorm. Please, Magic Gods. My kingdom for a fetch land. All right, we're online. That was scary. All right, I'm going to put this True Name back into the deck. I'm a ways away from casting that. And I'll tuck this Stoneforge on top too. Oh wait, no, I want to hold up blue, so I don't want to shuffle away my things. Alright, I'll put back True Name Snapcaster and hope that I don't have to crack this fetch land. And what a weird start to this game. Yeah, so I was trying the blue-red lists, and I tried Goblin Guide and Bomat Courier in the Terramander spot, because Terramander just seems so bad. The problem is that on like a holistic level, Terramander is better than the other options because it's a flying man. Like it's just a 1/1 that can attack, which matters when you're playing light up the stage. Like Bomat Courier might not connect, and Goblin Guide might not connect, but Terramander, there are not many things other than Swords to Plowshares or Lightning Bolt that stop it from connecting. Alright, I'm going for the counterspell here, because if this Batterskull connects, we're doing it. Alright, so they've had 3 bolts and a Pyroblast in this mountain hand. I guess I can't blame them for keeping it. Alright, I feel pretty far ahead here. We dug out of the screw first, but they do have 7 cards in hand if they ever find another mana source. So, and Terramander might actually become a monster immediately, given the state of things. Alright, I'm going to Snapcaster Ponder. Oh, I have a Brainstorm. Is that better? No, I like every card in my hand, so I'm going to Ponder. I guess I don't necessarily like Batterskull. Definitely don't like any of those. I like that. Alright, so I can answer... Like, they can't even cast True Name. They're 2 land drops away from a True Name right now. Because they don't have blue. Maybe that's an argument to keep that Wasteland I just shuffled away. Hey, hey, hey. Come here often, Mr. True Name Nemesis. Alright, so they can't daze me, so I'm going to Brainstorm first and then cast True Name. Alright. I changed my mind on this Batterskull, maybe. Yeah, alright, Batterskull can go away. And Engineered Explosives. I have all these plows just at the ready. Alright, they can't cast Daze, so I don't need to play Caracas. Like, just shove it into their Wasteland. That doesn't sound great. Though they might need that Wasteland to cast spells. Like, if they waste me, then they can't cast Young Pyromancer. Pandaconda, HS, thanks for the follow. Ooh, a Pandaconda would be my favorite animal if it was real. Can you imagine a panda that's super long? Is it dangerous though, Pandaconda? Wow, that... I'll take it. It was ugly, but not bad. That was pretty sweet. And we're 4-0. Finals hype. Yeah, they kept a 1-lander on the strength of Red Blast, and I kept a 1-lander on the strength of Ponder. And they Red Blasted the Ponder, and then nothing happened for a while, but I had access to blue mana and they didn't. I have to imagine their hand was just a bunch of blue cards at the end of that game. Like True Name Nemesises and Delvers and Terramanders. Yeah, that's one of the traps of basic lands in Legacy. Like, they don't get wastelanded, but they don't tap for 2 colors. So, what are you going to do? I had a lot of basic lands that game, though. That was great. And Palace Jailer arriving for the first time this stream and just crushing my opponent. So I was joking with Marshall Arthurs yesterday. I was talking about getting serious testing in for this tournament this weekend and for Niagara. And he was like, good luck. Every time I try to test seriously, I just play against mono red prison 5 times. And He just commented on my Facebook that he tuned in to watch for a minute and saw LED, 2 ley lines, dark depths on the board, and then he signed right back out. He's not wrong. All right, Zorloth. This hand has everything. Unless they're a combo deck. This hand's very bad against a combo deck. It's very good against a Delver deck. But we're on the play and we get to cast a Brainstorm before we die, at least. Yeah, Azorius Jailer has been an awesome addition to this deck. Like, it does not replace Jace, but it certainly supplements it. Like, I've won a lot of games on stream the past 2 days. Basic Mountain. Land box Basic Mountain. No effort made. Alright. I hope this is Burn. Burn is a really fine matchup. And I already have the Jitte too. Like, if you connect with Jitte against Burn, you're just doing it. Alright, sweet. Wow. Alright, so Jace. What do I want and not want here? I don't want Council's Judgment. And I'm going to search up the Jitte. I already have the Jitte, so I could search up the Batterskull and just have both. Like, I don't want to draw more lands. Like, I want exactly 4 lands. Alright, Jace is still 2 turns away. I have a couple draw steps to make that happen. Alright. That resolves. You get to fetch a bunch of basics against this deck too, so their price of progresses aren't very good. I would love to draw Force of Will. Like, that is a card that I would love to have in my hand to protect my Stoneforge Mystic. Because if you connect with either of your weapons, the game is over. Ponder, huh? I could ponder looking for Force of Will. Or I could just shove my Stoneforge Mystic and ponder. Alright, I'm going to ponder. Spell Pierce, Batterskull, True Name Nemesis. Yeah, I agree with you, Jarvis. So now that I have this True Name, I don't care about Force of Will. I'm not going to shuffle. I'm going to draw True Name. Then I'm going to jam the Stoneforge and get the Batterskull. So they're going to have to spend a card dealing with the Stoneforge. I just have to hope that they don't have like Searing Blaze or Searing Blood or some good answer to it. I hope that I gain 3 life in their quest to answer this. Gobbo Guide. That doesn't kill Stoneforge Mystic. That does. Alright. Deal. Alright, so look, I just gained 3 life, essentially. And unless they're main decking Red Blast, I'm pretty sure they just have no outs to this True Name plus Jitte that's coming their way. Alright, not getting greedy, not going to try to ponder into a blue source. Alright. I'm going to hold the Caracas. I don't want to give them any value off a price of progress. Just let dead cards rot. If I need it to be my 4th land next turn, that's fine, but that's 1 less turn of popping they get to do. And I don't need to plow this Goblin Guide because I have True Name. I guess I could have plowed it to like make sure the coast is all the way clear. Alright. Get rewarded. Are we done? Yep, we're done. Alright. They know how this goes. So I love playing a deck that has a good burn matchup. Like, that's just the best feeling when you don't lose to burn. Alright, so Disenchant hits Eidolons and Sulfuric Vortexes and Pyrostatic Pillars. Celestial Purge hits every permanent in their deck. Flusterstorm hits everything except Exquisite Firecraft in their deck. Engineered Explosives could mop up some number of Swift Spears and stuff. Spirit of the Labyrinth is awesome. Google Dance Magic Dance on the Mana Drain if you get a chance. That's a that's a Spirit of the Labyrinth deck that Rich, Shea, Craig Berry, and I played in one tournament, and all three of us made the elimination rounds, and then the deck died immediately. But man, was it a good time when it happened. I don't think I want to be jailing in this matchup. It just seems slow and clunky. Like, I think once it sticks... yeah, I played against Tamit in that tournament, and he was on Storm, and I played a turn 1 Spirit of the Labyrinth, and he conceded because he had literally no outs to that card. Alright, so I think I can go a little lower on Force of Wills because I have all these Flusterstorms and soft permission. Is Jace better than Council's Judgment? I think it probably is. Like, I have Celestial Purge, Disenchant, and all these plows. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Alright, let's go. I like this setup. I mean, Vendilion Click might be a card I want to consider. I have other flash threats. Alright, this looks fine. Yes, Tamit, I do remember that. That was delightful for me. I was surprised that it got the scoop. Like, I knew it would be good, but you were just like, done. GG's. I talked about this on Monday, too. In the top 8 of that tournament, Craig Berry hard-locked an opponent. All right, so I can force this, or I can take 4 damage, and I can use Ponder to set up drawing a card. Oh, there's Ponder again. All right, so I can hold up Spell Pierce and Spell Snare. Just take my medicine here. 2 or 3. All right, I'm gonna Ponder. Like, if I had a second land, I would just leave that up, but I don't. Huh, that's a shuffle. Okay, sweet. Halfway there. Yeah, so I was saying Craig Berry hard-locked an opponent in that tournament in the top 8 by... Okay, so I could let this pillar resolve and then force whatever they do to fight over my Stoneforge. And I have Disenchant. No, I'm holding the force. All right. That's why we put this in the deck. Yeah, up another card. Uh-oh. They're going to make us go to discard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, I could Swords to Plowshares here and just leave up a counterspell. I think I am going to do this. Just to avoid going to discard. Like, I'm going to take a bunch of damage from this pillar as a result. But once we get through this onslaught, I think we're good. Repillar. All right. We're both bleeding out to this pillar. Oh, do you have a red blast? Okay. I am going to force this pillar. I don't want to do all that. They're down to 1 card in hand. Alright, so now I can shove Stoneforge with Spell Pierce back up, and then we should be able to take over the game from there. I'm going to get Batterskull this time. Normally you want Jitte, but with them at 1 card, I'm just doing it. Lava Spike. Okay, that one doesn't kill me. All right, we got to dodge one more turn. Just got to connect with this Batter Skull one time. Alright, so if their hand is Smash to Smithereens and another spell, we lose. But if it's nothing, we win. Alright, let's do it. Come on, connect. One-time dealer. Alright, we did it. Alright, we're over the hump. I think we got it. There's a land. Wow, Goblin Guide, sure. That's a deal. What are they doing? Oh, they want to like bolt this thing out of play? I will accept those terms. Lightning Bolt. Targeting my germ token. Okay. My Batter Skull germ token is deceased. Alright, so they're Hellbent. So I'm going to bounce this thing and then redeploy it next turn, and I'm at 12. Ooh, counterspell. All right, now everything's going to happen just how we want it. If they draw exactly Smash to Smithereens, though, it's going to resolve. I only have Spell Pierce up to protect. All right, packed it up. Trophy hype. Trophy, trophy. Got the trophy. All right, so we have played 3 leagues with this deck now, and we got 2 trophies. So I'm impressed. Not this deck. This deck. Yeah. All right, how many new followers did we get today? I feel like we're going to bust a lot of treasures to celebrate them. Good luck, Jarvis. That's a pauper deck. My mods don't show up to do that anymore, so it doesn't happen. Is there an automatic way to do that, Jarvis, or do I have to like click stuff around? Like, is it just a command that syncs it? This is my list that's on the screen right now. I also tweeted it out Monday night after we went 7-1 on stream. All right, Jarvis, I will message you when I'm not live to figure out how to set all that stuff up. I'm straight up noob streamer. The bells and whistles are not here. We just win trophies. All right, how many people subscribed tonight? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's more. There's more. Or followed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Davasaur, thanks for the follow. So we have more new followers than we have treasures. Normally I bust a treasure for each follower. So we're just going to open all of them, and then maybe I can win some more for you. Ooh. Is this card Fat Stacks? Ancestral Vision. 5 ticks. Nice. All right, we're on the board. I think I have a playset of these now from busting treasures. Come on. 15 play points is good, though. That's basically the sale value of a treasure. Creepy Doll, Padim. Legacy All-Star Padim. There's a local guy in Pittsburgh who the only Legacy deck he plays is Grixis Tezzerator, and he has definitely put Padim Console of Innovation into play in Legacy. Ooh, Draft All-Star. Yes, Jarvis, I'm talking about Cameron. Green Sun Zenith. That's a Legacy playable Magic card. I think I already have 4, though. I have Elves build, so I definitely should. Blood Crypt, Modern collection's coming together. Also, my Standard collection from 3 years ago is coming together. What else we got? Geralf's Masterpiece. Ooh. Remember when this was supposed to break Standard and then it didn't? And Skylasher. The answer to Delver of Secrets that never quite got there. Jarvis is even older than me, so he remembers stuff. EDH Panda, thanks for the follow. Are you related to Panaconda? Pandaconda? We have a panda-themed follower night going on. Collective Defiance. That is not Fiery Confluence. That's what I wanted it to be when I saw it real quick. Honored Hydra. That Hydra was so famous and delightful that we have to honor it. Oh, sorry, Panda. Not related. Are you a raccoon type of panda? Leave to chance. That I would prefer that to be wear tear. I'm a big Trash Panda fan. Ooh, Temporal Mastery and Mesmeric Orb. Both eternal playables, I guess. I've seen both of these cards in decks before. All right, Red Panda. That's closer to a raccoon than an actual panda bear. I like the red pandas. Ooh, that's a real Magic card. How big did we win? Arcbound Ravager. Mesmeric Orb, 60 tickets. Or 0.60 tickets. Yeah, not 60. Jesus. All right, and solid $2 in the collection here. Just watch my net value grow. Hooded Hydra. Hydra theme deck incoming. We just got the Honored Hydra. 4 more. Ooh, Spine. I could play KCI now. Womp womp. And Battlefield Forge. Prime Speaker Zagana. Yeah, Jarvis, I did play lots and lots of KCI. Ghostly Prison, I've seen that card in Legacy. And Modern. Not in mainstream decks, but it exists. Ooh, Standard All-Star Kaya. And Pro Tour top 8 competitor Reaper King. So, funny story. During the first ever Modern Pro Tour, the one where the Blazing Shoal Poison deck was like the talk of the tournament, the team from New York City, like John Finkel and co., they played that deck, like John Finkel, Sam Black, and they were one of the discussions that they had during tuning for the Pro Tour was whether Reaper King or Progenitus is a better monster to pitch to Blazing Shoal. And the reason, the debate between the two was that Progenitus is better against discard spells and mill, like it goes back into your deck, but Reaper King, you're a lot less sad if you get briberied. So playing against, I think all of the teams determined that there would be more discard spells than briberies in the format. But the format was new. Nobody knew it was going to happen. So, Reaper King versus Progenitus. But Progenitus ended up winning. If this Kaya is worth money, I'm definitely just selling it right off. Alright, last one. Firelit Thicket and Steel Hellkite. Vintage All-Star Steel Hellkite from Ancient Times and Firelit Thicket. This card was once valuable too. But lands have come a long way since the filter lands. All right, so what did I just open? I opened a Green Sun Zenith and a Kaya that I don't need. Open up the old dump binder. Just all the shit that I would love for a bot to just take away from me is in this pile. All right, whoa, this is 16 ticks. I'm rich. I could buy some dual lands for that on Magic Online. Why did Kaya spike? It's for Standard, right? Not for Modern. Because I do try to hold on to Eternal Playables. Green Sun Zenith. Yep, I got 5 of those. 1 can go. Kaizen Lantern? Okay. Alright, I can't sell Kaya. She's back in the collection. Yeah, I just, as a rule, don't sell Eternal Playables. Because someday I might want them. I'm surprised bots don't want these sweet red mana leaks. Maybe I should take those out of the trade binder. I actually like those. One main, one board. Yeah, like, standard legal mythic rares are in a really weird place in Magic Online right now because Arena is just so much better. Like, if you're gonna play standard and draft, Arena is just a more pleasurable way to do that. So the mythic rares are not hitting Magic Online the way they used to. Like the draft engine is not online. All right, let's see if they want this Green Sun Zenith or anything else. Yeah, Phoenix and Chalice are both cards that get played in Modern. The Magic Online economy is brutal. All of these sweet cards come together for a total of 1 ticket. Deal. How much am I getting for this Zenith? 58 cents. Half of this 1 ticket I just earned was from Green Sun Zenith. Alright. See you later, cards. That's alright. Yeah, Arclight Phoenix. Isn't it like 55 on Magic Online right now? It's like outrageous. Yeah, like 52.94. Yeah, 53 tickets for one Arclight Phoenix. So I was going to use my Vintage Super League payout to buy Arclight Phoenixes. That was my plan a month ago when they were 30. But I don't even think it's going to cover it anymore. Like, you get the Vintage Super League pays out in Magic Online packs, and I'm going to get somewhere between 125 and 175 packs for my VSL performance. And I don't think spewing almost all of that into Arclight Phoenixes is worth it. Is it 60? Yeah, that's messed up. Yeah, I think I'm just going to avoid Modern until until that card costs less, or they ban Faithless Looting or whatever, or if it rotates out of Standard. But like, I'm really happy streaming Legacy and Vintage. If I qualify for the seasonal or the yearly playoff, like if I top 8 this thing this weekend, then I can focus on Vintage, Modern, and Pauper on the stream more. All right, what deck was I? All right, we were talking about this deck. Yeah, this deck is so good though. Like, I've been so impressed. So chat, weigh in here. I'm not going to finish another league tonight. I'm only going to be online for like another hour, and I could play more of this deck, which you've seen for the last 2 nights, or I could jump into Vintage and just jam some Paradoxical Outcome. So tell me your thoughts over the next like 2 minutes while I talk about my experience with this deck. All right, Jarvis has voted 5 times for Paradoxical Outcome. Yeah, so anyway, this deck's been insane. Like, Palace Jailer. This is a very real Magic card, if you haven't heard. I've been really happy with this deck. I've been really happy with the 2 Wastelands I put in this deck too. Like, traditional Stoneblade does not play Wasteland. You don't see any in this list. And the Delver Blade deck plays 3, but I like having exactly 2. Yeah, I like having exactly 2 as like a surgical tool to clip like a Rishadan Port or a Dark Depths. I have not missed Delver of Secrets at all. Palace Jailer just crushed so many games that we were not supposed to win. over the past 3 leagues. Monarch is in elves now too? When did this happen? I love elves. What's up, elves? This was my deck for years. Like, I shoved elves. I would have so many more tournament scoreboard finishes if I chose a different deck than elves for as many years as I did. But man, I love this deck. I won 30 duel lands. I chopped the finals of a 40 duels tournament for 30 duels with elves once. That was my biggest finish. I think I have a Star City Open top 16 with elves, maybe like top 19 if breakers didn't hold up. But I X2'd an old day one open. But yeah, can't not play elves. I know Tammin also play elves. Yeah, Jarvis plays elves sometimes. All right, let's play some Paradoxical Outcome. So here's the list I've been playing. Oh, how much is Karn? I feel like Karn's supposed to be in my deck now. I played Karn at Eternal Weekend, but I wasn't... Oh, it's not Cyan. There are no Cyans. But I think I played him incorrectly. 3 tickets. Yeah, I'm going to get some Karns. Karn, Scion, Scion. It is so hard to do anything and narrate to chat. I know I say that a lot, but like... Alright. MTGO Traders. I like MTGO Traders. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but I do like them. And I like doing all my business with the same company, so like all my random floating credit actually adds up. All right, I'm gonna build Cyrus's list from the VSL top 8 because I do like that list. Karn Scion, Karn Scion. Yeah, 3.5 tickets. Deal of the day. Remember when Karn Silver Golem was the good Karn? Vintage All-Star Karn Silver Golem? Alright, I'm gonna find Cyrus's list from the other night and just copy it. I know Cyrus got off of Tendrils and got onto Time Vault. He top 8'd he top 4'd the Vintage Challenge this past weekend with a Time Vault build. And the Time Vault build is good. It's really good. It's just less fun. And I'm here for fun. All right, VSL deck list. Yeah, the 5-mana Mox Monkey. I'm searching for these lists right now. All right, I need the semifinals. Right, I guess I can put this on screen so you're not just staring at nothing. Right, quarterfinal deck lists. I said semifinals, but Google knew what I wanted. They're listening to us. Semifinals. Where are the deck lists? Quarterfinal deck list. There we go. All right, I won't talk about the VSL. I only watched half of it myself. It's too late to stay up for on the East Coast. Like the nights that I played in it, I took the morning off work. Just gave myself several extra hours of sleep. All right, so yeah, starting at 9 p.m. is nuts. All right, so, download this deck list. Thank you. Do I just copy and paste this? Or do I save it as a note? How do I get it from this format into Magic Online? That did not actually download. All right, we might click through this the old-fashioned way. Can upload it to Goldfish. Would Goldfish just have this? No, Goldfish does not do that. Right-click, download file. That's not an option. Oh, that's the wrong deck anyway. I don't want to play 5-color Legends, not at all. Meepsy, thanks for the follow. Save link as. All right, maybe that'll work. Hey, it worked. Sweet. All right, Mind's Desire, the Karns, everything's there. The Tormod scripts, Ravenous Traps. Thank you, Ozzy, for the layup there. All right, give me a second to get these horrible basics out of my deck. I don't even have this island. That's funny. Moto bothers to tell me that I don't have that. Those go over here. And 2 go in the main deck as well. All right, so I have the rest of this. Karns, POs, Digs, 4 Mox Opal. Yeah, we're storming the Mind's Desire. So Mind's Desire I don't think is good in the deck. I just want that on record. I don't actually think this is a good card. But man, do I love casting it. All right, the Hercs. This is exactly my main deck from Champs, except this Caracas wasn't in the main deck. It was in the sideboard. And the sideboard's pretty different. All right, let's join a Vintage League. We've had too much legacy success. Right, let's PO some people. Some P-Opal. Montolio just farming up here with shops. Yeah, I like PO. The Vintage Online metagame has reacted to it pretty well, but deck's still great. Cyrus told me he has a secret sideboard plan that makes Xerox a better matchup. I hope that's true. All right, and here's the other trap of Vintage on Magic Online. The wait times can be large. Ah, we found an opponent. I hope it's Rich Shea. I have never run into Rich in a Magic Online queue. All right, so what does this hand do? I have 5 mana. I can Knight's Whisper and detutor. I can detutor and do something else. What would I do? Like, no path here gets me to a meaningful PO. Though the Snapcaster is really juicy. I could detutor for Academy, which lets me snap detutor. Okay, so that makes sense. I could Knight's Whisper looking for a land, and then detutor for Ancestral. All right, I'll run this, see what happens. If the Knight's Whisper bricks, I can then detutor for for something else. But bricks is a strong word. Like, maybe I just Night's Whisper into 2 Moxes and go to PO Town. Alright, they didn't force that. That's good news. Alright, I found a land. Alright, I hope they're just shops and I don't get, like, do all this work just to get misstepped. And I'm going to get an Underground Sea until they show me that they have Wastelands. Don't misstep me, bro. Oh, sweet. I didn't get misstepped. Alright, now I have a Force of Will and a bunch of mana and cantrips. I can snap Ancestral next turn. I hope they're shops. I love dumpstering shops. They're not shops. I'm going to pitch this Herx. Alright, they had a Wasteland. I can no longer Snapcaster my Ancestral. Won the flip, easy game. Wasteland that. Merchant Scroll doesn't help me anymore. Because I have 2 POs in hand and my Ancestral's in the graveyard, I actually just don't want any of these cards. Yep. Alright. Gonna try to snap that Ancestral again next turn. There's a good chance this is Xerox, though. They had Ancestral Recall and Wasteland in their deck. Xerox is rough. Let's hope that they're just out of gas, though. They were counting on that Ancestral to resolve. Yeah, PO is super intuitive. Like, this is not a scary deck to play. Like, the idea of, like, Vintage Storm, like, oh no, Vintage Storm, what? That's so daunting. But it's, you really just cantrip until you're happy, and then you win. Oh, fuck. Well, this game just got tougher. I pitched one of my Herx already. Bummer. Alright, there's Repeal. We're back in business. It's possible I should have put the fetch land on top with Repeal under it, because now Wasteland takes me off it. Alright. There's that. Yeah, and sometimes you get null rotted. I need to double check this deck list. What are my outs? I have Repeal. Do I have a Fragmentize in the main? Fuck my ass! Let me check the list again before anything bad happens. Twister, Time Walk. I have 2 Herx, 2 Repeal. Alright, so definitely should have put that fetch land on top. It would have avoided this situation. So I can Repeal my Mana Crypt, get a card deeper into my deck, and not die to Mana Crypt. But I only have 4 answers in my deck, and one of them's in exile and one of them's right here. So I guess, like, the question is, I have a fetch land on top, so I don't have to draw the Lotus Petal that's under it. So that's my tiebreaker. All right. Yeah, I definitely should have put that fetch land into play and not the strippable land. All right, off we go again. It's good that the Tundra drew out the strip mine, though. All right, gotta fetch. Yeah, but like now if they draw Wasteland, they don't have targets. They're gonna take me off a land that turn either way, but now Wasteland is worse than it would have been. Ooh, that's a plan in a can. So we get to do this cool thing now where we can end step repeal, and if that gets countered, flashback Ancestral. This is a Jace. What are we doing here? Gush. Maybe I snap Ancestral right now. And hope they're not playing Mana Drain. But that card has not been seen in Vintage in a long time. Alright, they're deep in the tank. Oh, that was worth a Force of Will. I agree, opponent. Good job. Alright. That baited the Force, so this repeal plan is back online. And they pitched Force to Force, so 2 Forces down. Yeah, Gush was pretty good there. That was a full value Gush where you get to float blue and then spend all the blue and still make a land drop. Powerful stuff. They shuffled with Ponder. Alright, let's keep winning those flips. Ooh, backup plan online. My faith in this Null Rod repeal resolving is low. Oh, I only have 1 Tundra in the deck though, and it's right there. So I need to Time Twister or Yawgmoth's Will to have a chance. Alright, this is not going to resolve, but I have to do it. Ooh. Alright, let's hope we can capitalize on that. It's a start. Divination. I can't imagine they would counter this but not repeal. That would be a really weird line. Alright, we got a plan. Oh, I could PO again. I think this is better. Oh, so they countered that. Alright. That was weird. But okay. I guess it makes sense. So now I need to build up. Alright, so they're going to get their Null Rod back. I need black mana. Yeah, there's the Null Rod back. I'm going to need black mana to Yawg Will and try to cantrip my way out of this. Another Hurkyl's Recall would be great. They pitched Jace to that Force of Will. Alright, so they're hurting a little bit over there. And I keep winning these flips. Let's do that. Let's just keep doing that all day. Alright, so top doesn't do anything. And Jet turns on all these opals. I know that I can't do anything because of Null Rod right now, but I'm 1 card away from Library, and I gotta make sure that I win on the turn that I bounce this Null Rod. Like, next time this Null Rod leaves play, I gotta win. The Mox Jet is also Storm. Like, if I can... Like, I could, like, reasonably Natural Tendrils them, at least to stay alive for a while. And they can't Lavinia me. I got the Karakas. Ooh, they're an Oath deck. Cool. Now I'm really glad I have this Karakas. Yep, keep winning these flips. Too good. Library's online. Land. All right, that's one of my 2 black sources, and Storm can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like I could Tendrils for 10. All right, Preordain. So them being Oath changes a lot. The Null Rod's still a problem, but I'm probably not just going to get squeezed out of this game by soft counters. All right, I can get the Hurkyl's Recall now. I won another flip, hooray. Running totally average here. Yeah, I'll get the Hercs because I can cast it. They know about this card. Yeah, there's 2 Hercs in the main. They conceded. All right, we worked through the hate. Look at that. We beat a Null Rod. A Null Rod that was cast twice. That was awesome. Library of Alexandria. So people talking about Vintage being a turn 1 format. Like I played PO against Oath. Those are like 2 of the turn 1 decks. And we just played a super awesome long back and forth Blue Mirror. So that was sweet. All right, against this sort of permission, I want Remoras and Flusterstorms. Is it ever right to counter the tutor? Depends on which tutor and what your counterspell is. Like if I cast Demonic Tutor and you have Flusterstorm and I just get Mentor, you're totally punked. So it would be right to counter the tutor there. In Merchant Scroll, yeah, like if they're looking for, yeah, if I just get like Academy, like Demonic Tutor is super counterable. Merchant Scroll is more likely that the spell that could counter Scroll could also counter the thing they get. But like, you just have to make those decisions in real time. All right, so Karn comes in as just a card drawing station. Just plus, 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 plus until you're happy. I can slow down a little bit. I don't need all these opals. All right, what else do I want to do? Lotus Petal is involved in the slowdown plan. Oh, I just noticed this list doesn't have any Lavinias in it. Cyrus is a madman. Yeah, I just copied Cyrus's list if you're just tuning in from the VSL 2 weeks ago. Let's see, what else is a goofy card? Like, I have to keep my Hercs because they've showed me these Null Rods. Maybe Mind's Desire can go. Sorry, Mind's Desire, you know I love you. This list doesn't have a Chain of Vapor or a Fragmentize anywhere in it. Alright, Cyrus. Alright, I want my forces, I want my Flusterstorms. Knight's Whisper can be a little slow. And I can cut 1 top. I'll cut the ugly top. Alright, let's do it. This hand's playable. Yeah, Jarvis, this is not his list from the top 4. This is actually his list from the VSL 2 weeks ago, which is my list from Champs, but with a slightly different sideboard. Like, the main deck is almost... It might be literally a card for card, except Caracas. Caracas is in the main now. I think it's 59 of my 60 from Champs. Like, technology has advanced, but we were on stream. I didn't want to bore everyone just teching through this deck with not much time left in the stream. Uh-oh. Sorry, blue opponent. Library time. Take a look in a book. Ancestral Recall. Yeah, so Oz, if you have a hard counter, it also depends on the deck. Like, if I'm playing against Oath of Druids and they cast Demonic Tutor and it makes sense that they might get Oath, I would just counter the Oath, like get an Oath out of their deck by countering the Tutor. But against Storm, if they Demonic Tutor for like a lethal Tendrils, then I'm going to feel real stupid that I didn't do that. All right, so here we are. We're in exactly that position. Demonic Tutor's on the stack, and I could force a Will It. So I'm not going to do that right now, though I think they are going to get Strip Mine or Wasteland, but they already made their land drop this turn, and I'm going to be up several cards on this exchange. The reason I didn't do it now is because forcing would take me out of the library. And I want to keep drawing extra cards. Because I'm greedy. Alright, land. I could preordain looking for another Mox. Another Mox would give me Metalcraft for this. Yep, greedy Koval. Or they might have just searched for Null Rod, which I'm not that worried about, actually. All right, I'm going to cast Preordain. If they have a misstep, maybe this will bait it. Ooh, these are good Magic cards. I'm going to get rid of this Flusterstorm. And I'm actually going to get rid of this Herx, too. The reason I ended up doing that is because they can't Demonic Tutor for Null Rod and Strip Mine. And if they want to play a slow game where, like, I get to keep drawing... Like, if they went for Null Rod, then I just get to keep drawing cards and dig out of it. If they went for Strip Mine, whatever. Alzik, thanks for the follow. Yeah, Jarvis, pandas... When people follow, pandas happen on this stream. That's how we party. All right, so there's the Wasteland that they probably just searched for. Is this a Tezzeret? What costs 5 in this format? Oh, it's Treasure Cruise. That I will counter. I'm going to pitch this Merchant Scroll to do it. Because these cards both draw lots of cards. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Hardcast Force of Will. That's allowed. I was like, am I getting mana drained? That would be such a beating. Afrid1, thanks for the follow, too. Followers just making it rain out there. I love all of you. All right. Let's hope that they don't have a mental misstep. Shit. All right, opponent. You got me. I can dig through time pretty soon. This Caracas is well set up against Oath. Oath sometimes, or by sometimes I mean basically all the time these days. Oath has Inferno Titan as one of its monsters. But Grizzlebrand and Niv Mizzet are the other two popular monsters. Oh god, is this Jace? We're in trouble. So Oath is a deck that is just a blue control deck, and then it just dedicates 6 cards to this package, like 4 Oaths, 2 monsters, where they get to artifact? Ooh, I did want that. So Oath gets to just like play like a blue deck. They have a bunch of counter spells, a bunch of cantrips, and then they just kill you with this Oath when they're done. When it's fully under control, they just go off. But Oath is historically bad against combo decks. Like, because you spend those deck slots on these other things, the Oaths and the monsters, that's like 6 less counter spells that you could have. Yeah, like Monastery Mentor kind of makes the old Oath plan embarrassing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so I can crack this fetch land. But I got to decide if that's worth doing over the potential to draw Academy. So generally in Vintage, I try not to make a land drop if I could still find Academy this turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I'll pay an extra mana because the Academy payoff is worth it. All right, this does get my Ancestral Recall out of the deck, though. It's exiled now, so Time Twister and Snapcaster Mage got a little worse. Yogg-Will got a little worse. Night's Whisper and Brainstorm. All right, we get to see a bunch more cards. All right, I'm also going to slow roll this Caracas as long as I can. I don't want them to know I have it until they shove both into play. Oh, Gitaxian Probe. I'm going to save that for a turn where I need to know what's in their hand. Like right now, I know that they're not doing anything, and I know that I can't do anything, so there's no reason to do that. Like even drawing, like what even is the best card I could draw with this Probe? Like Black Lotus, and it casts Brainstorm. So save the Probe for when I need it. I can answer a Null Rod. This Jace is going to be trouble, though. I got to win pretty soon, or I'm just going to get buried. Unfortunately, Caracas only targets legendary creatures, now that Planeswalkers are legends. Alright, there's the Oath. Do they have the Orchard to go with it? There it is. Alright, there's Oath and Orchard. But I have Caracas. Let's hope that they Oath into a legend. Also, drawing Repeal lets me survive an extra turn. Because I can repeal the token they give me. What you up to over there, opponent? I have Force plus an extra blue card here, the Herx. And I can Brainstorm plus Fetch still. So there's a lot of good stuff going on here. Let's see what they're doing. Are they countering this? Alright, that's fine. It was bait. Do they have another one? They do not. Alright. Alright, so the Snapcaster immediately became relevant. Yeah, it was bait. And by bait, I mean I'm happy if it resolves and happy if it doesn't. Or fine if it doesn't. I'm obviously not happy if it doesn't. But, all right, I'm going to put these lands back into my deck. And I'm going to... What can I do here? I think I have to... I'm going to play this Lotus and this Academy for sure. Now I got to figure out what the best way to cast this Dig Through Time is. Because I know I have 2 dead lands on top of my deck that I don't want. And none of the... Dig is the only card that gets through them in a way that is helpful to me. 1, 2, 3. So I need to pay 5 additional mana. I could bust the Lotus. But that hurts my Academy. So 4... 1, 2, 3. Alright, I can like Dark Ritual myself this way. This puts an extra mana in my pool and an extra card in my graveyard. And it builds Storm. So we're just going bananas here. It does take the blue card out of my hand for Force, but I can easily hard cast it now. They also got to fear the natural tendrils here. Like if I just have tendrils in my hand, they lose. Storm's already 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so now the big decision is, do I crack this Lotus or not? I don't think that I do. I'll save that for later. I definitely tap the Emerald though. I don't use green mana for anything. Or maybe I have to crack Lotus now that I'm thinking about it, because the Dig is going to be one of the cards I exile. Alright, I am going to make a bunch of mana now. All right, I have white in the opal. Black, blue. Yeah, I have 2 underground seas untapped. I'm just gonna make blue. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, let's dig. Oh no, did they have a counterspell this whole time? God, mana drain. All right, well, here we go. It's got to be good. Tendrils. Oh no. Oh no. I'm 1 mana short. If there was a Mox anywhere in this pile, or if I had 1 mana shorting, I would be able to lethal Tendrils here. I can Time Twister though. What does that do? All my good cards are exiled, and they're basically hellbent over there. All right, I'm gonna get the PO and the Flusterstorm. Or maybe I need top Flusterstorm. Or top PO. Ah, that sucked. That was so close. Yeah, 1 mana short. Alright, so now they don't even have to give me a spirit to Oath. Alright, let's hope they hit Niv Mizzet. Inferno Titan. Okay, that's not that bad. Yeah, the mana drain would have been for 8. They would have had infinity billion mana to work with. Oh, they just went upstairs. I guess that makes sense. They don't want me to get to Oath. Just put my deck in my graveyard and Mentor into play. Alright, what I like about Inferno Titan is it doesn't draw 7 cards. What I don't like about it is that it's not a legend. I also don't like that this Jace is still in play. Strip mine, no, I need you. Yep, see you later, Academy. Alright, Yogg-Will is still in my deck, though. Academy could come back. I'm not sure what they would even do with 8 mana. I guess they could cast a Dig Through Time with no delve. Let's see if they like this Ponder. Yeah, my Lotus and my Ancestral are both exiled already. So my draw 7s are a lot worse. God, please don't cast Null Rod. Okay. If I find a Flusterstorm, I would go after this. Ooh, Force of Will is not the same as Flusterstorm, though. Okay, so now I know that I have Force blue card. Like, I'm going to draw the Preordain, and then I can flip the Force into my hand if I need to when I go for this PO. So they would need 2 points of interaction, or Flusterstorm is good enough on its own. Death and Taxes for the win with a raid of 52. Woo! Woo! That's a big raid. What's up, Death and Taxes? Is that Phil Gallagher I see over there? Are you the Death and Taxes for the win? Known Death and Taxes aficionado? Yeah, I know that, Luini. But I have to make sure this thing resolves. Like, that's... Nothing is more important than this PO resolving right now. Like, I'm not going to tap my top for that reason. Because if I tap the top, then I can't flip the Force into my hand in response. Alright, the squeaky clean Red Blast. Alright, here we go. Let's see if they had 2 counterspells left after all that. Oh, I forgot the Snapcaster. You're so right. I'm an idiot. I got so excited to just jam this PO. Talking is hard. Oh, they had another Red Blast. Not punished. Totally punished. Where did all this mana come from? Why do they have all this colorless floating? Oh, Ancient Grudge. All right, they're just mitigating this now. Man, I wish Snapcaster was in my hand. All right, so I'm going to draw 2 cards, and I know that they are top and something I don't want. All right, no worries. No worries yet, anyway. Yep, big raid. Come on. Oh, I was just going to say, come on, Yogwill, but does that even help me right now? I have Mox Jet in the graveyard. Like, I needed to make my land drop, and... Alright, so they have Ancient Grudge in the graveyard. That does affect my math a lot. So, Yogwill on the top of the deck. Oh no. Mana Crypt on top for now. I'm going to attack Jace. They're not going to block. Yeah, blocking would be pretty bad. It would put it in the graveyard for Yogwill. And it would turn off Oath. Thanks for the follow, Toe Rack. Oh, that sounds miserable. Toe Rack? Is that some sort of medieval torture device? All right, here comes the Oath. Let's see if they have another non-legend. All right, they're just choosing not to Oath. Thanks, Caracas. Shields are up. They're going to get to Jace, though. Like, so, I'm going to... All right, how much red mana do they have? 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12... Oh, I'm just dead. Never mind. If they know how to attack with Inferno Titan, I just lose. Jake Kick, thanks for the follow. All right, do they know how to fire breathing? All right, they do. I guess if I attack with Snapcaster, this doesn't happen. But all right, they got me. All right. Inferno Titan, too strong. All right, so I think I want Mind's Desire back in. I want to go broken on these guys, on this person, especially now that I'm on the play. I've seen the red blasts. So I think 1 less Hercules recall. On the play, I might be able to overpower an Null Rod. I don't need to worry about it so much. Right, Desire. And when you want to go fast, you want your Opals and Petals back in. So Night's Whisper can take a break for a Petal. And I think I want Opal. Opal. Now, how are we making room for this Petal? Could cut a Remora. Yeah, I'll cut a Remora on the play. Petals back in. All right, now we're built for speed. We were built for control last game. Now we're building for speed. Scoro Tortoise, thanks for the follow. I would like to play first. All right, so this hand sees a bunch of extra cards, and I can, if I find a land, I can Merchant Scroll another land or a Mox. I'm cool with this. It doesn't have any counter magic, and these 2 POs are pretty bad until they become pretty good. This is not a speed Mox PO hand. Not yet, anyway. It's got potential. This Mirror Entity avatar is pretty sweet, too. I keep looking at it, just mesmerized by its big green eyes. So everyone who just tuned in, we went 5-0 again with the Legacy Azorius Stoneblade featuring Palace Jailer deck that I brewed up. Follow me on Twitter for the list. I posted it Monday. I'll repost it again tonight. All right, the Gitaxian Probe, I would like it to resolve. Oh no, they have Wasteland. And Force of Will. They have Chandra Tortured Defiance as well. All right, immune to Wasteland. Protection from Wasteland. This Force of Will is pretty strong, though. their only cantrip is also their only blue card, and they have no fast mana. Like, this is a pretty honest hand they just kept. Soul Ring. I think I just want both these cards. Top. Yeah, honest hands are not where you want to be in Vintage. So this is another pitfall of Oath. Like, you have all these neat cards, but like, I bet they would trade this at random for any other card in their deck at this point. Like, that's just not what they want to do. All right. They're not interested in boldly preordaining here. All right, so if I preordain into another Mox, I can start doing cool stuff. Ooh. All right, I don't need a third PO. I will take this Mana Crypt though. So I could PO right now and make them force it. But then I'm running straight into Ancient Grudge. One, two, three, four. Yeah, that is how this works. All right, I'm going to make them force it. Hope they didn't draw Red Blast to make this too easy. They get to destroy one of these with Ancient Grudge. Forced Pitching Preordain. All right, there go those two cards. All right, cool. We work through that. We have another... So if they Ancient Grudge one of these, what happens? Ancient Grudging one of these is actually worth 3 mana because one of them is Mox Opal. Right, there's the Wasteland. Here comes a Grudge, probably on Soul Ring. Yep. All right, let's just draw a Mox and win. I can also Ancestral Recall right now. Lost the flip. Unlucky. Monastery Mentor. That's a hell of a Magic card. Well, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I didn't play the land because I wanted to dodge Wasteland, but that doesn't make sense because Grudge is actually better than Wasteland in that spot. So you're totally right. I should have made my land drop last turn. All right, so I have forced blue card. Oh, whoa. Almost forgot I had a mana floating. It's time for Mentor. All right, so I have Mentor, force blue card. They have 2 cards in hand. We know, or they have 4 cards. We know 2 of them are Chandra and Oath. I have to force an Oath because I just conveniently gave them a creature. But if they don't have green mana, I'm super happy. Oh, I only have 4 minutes left on my clock. I gotta pay attention. Going off with a Mentor in play could easily eat up 4 minutes. All right. Let's see if they also found a counterspell to go with this. All right, cool. And it's also possible I should have just let that resolve and then gone off with PO on my turn. Won the flip. Thank you. Oh, Snapcaster Mage. We did it. One, two, three, four. Yep, we get to snap PO here. Yeah, PO would have been lethal. So good thing we got rewarded and just drew it anyway. All right, they conceded. Thank you for not making me click through that opponent. That was sweet. Showcased their game 2 showcased what when Oath looks really good, when it's just like a perfect control deck that then just kills you with Inferno Titan suddenly. And then game 3, I just raffle stomped them with their super awkward hand that they had to keep because it had Force of Will and a cantrip and an Oath, but wasn't very good. All right, sweet. Well, that's the stream for the night. Thanks for showing up, everyone. Thanks for the raid, Death and Taxes FTW. And I'll be back Monday night. I stream Mondays and Wednesdays. Follow me at Bosch and Roll. It's at the bottom right of the screen. I tweet my sweet deck lists and talk about Magic stuff in general over there. Stream updates, all that good stuff. And that's the stream for the night. So let's find someone awesome that we can raid. We got a bunch of people. And nobody I follow is streaming Magic right now. All right, time to browse. Do a random act of kindness. All right, Magic the Gathering. Who is live? Oh no, not that person. Just Canary, there's a vintage streamer up right now. Oh yeah, I love that guy. Yeah. All right, is it? I am actually level 1. Is that the? All right. Raid. I am actually level 1. Liligoif, thanks for the follow right at the very end there. Good night, everyone. We're gonna go hang out with Justin. Let's go.
You only get so many firsts in life, Lisa, and this bite of